Seven.
Just another guy. Congratulations, you are first. Danny, what's up? Tamar, what's up? Alex, what's going on? Yeah. Let's start off some Trump shit.
We'll talk more about this indictment. I mean, this is a big deal. One of the interesting things about these indictments, there are, well, let's play this clip of Special Counsel Jack Smith and his announcement. I think this is, certainly there have been surprises in this indictment, without a doubt. I think there's some surprise maybe that we ultimately got to this place. Certainly, Merrick Garland did not want to when he first got into office. I think that's pretty clear. But you can't allow an attempted violent overthrow of the government.
So I Brittany Dawn's boyfriend explaining why he was fired. I did not. Does he have his own channel, or is it on her stupid fucking channel? What? Oh my god, these are bad.
February.
I encountered Jesus in my suicide attempt. You want to bet the suicide attempt was, I took a bottle of multivitamins and I didn't know what was gonna happen. Oh god, we gotta watch that one later. That sounds stupid. I know he was fired due to corruption, and there was that really bad brutality incident where he like broke somebody's fucking face for no reason.
Meant to go unpunished, or at least an attempt to bring charges. And on that,
Have you tried Perfect Day ice cream? Is that the ice cream that uses the artificially produced whey protein? I haven't had any ice cream with the vegan whey.
note as whether it was an attempted overthrow of the government. The indictment has some things to say about that we have not heard before. But first, here's Jack Smith.
Yeah, there's like 6 collaborators mentioned in the indictment.
Good evening. Today, an indictment was unsealed.
Dude, Trump is so fucked.
Charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States, conspiring to disenfranchise voters, and conspiring and attempting to obstruct an official proceeding. The indictment was issued by a grand jury of citizens here in the District of Columbia, and it sets forth the crimes charged in detail. I encourage everyone to read it in full. The attack on our nation's capital on January 6th, 2021 was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies. Lies by the defendant targeted at obstructing a bedrock function of the U.S. government, the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the presidential election.
The indictment names 6 co-conspirators. And as of this moment, 5 of them have been identified and have, or at least by the potential co-conspirators themselves or their attorneys.
Pretty obvious who it is.
Rudy Giuliani, conspirator 1. co-conspirator 1, I should say. John Eastman, co-conspirator 2. John Eastman was the constitutional lawyer, had the theory about the independent...
Here is the video Tamar was talking about.
Let me take a
Hello
look.
YouTube, and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of the cancer.
Why are they making videos like this? Like, they just seem like the most cancerous narcissists I've ever fucking come across. Like, it's so weird. There's no way this sort of shit follows them well, maybe her, but how is this, like, really following them so much in their daily lives that they'd have to make a video lying about what fucking happened?
Culture series. We've encountered a lot of spiritual warfare leading up to this, leading up to just the series in general. Cameras messing up.
I left in 2006. Tech month before, when Brittany and I first started dating, I was in medical device sales here in DFW, and about a month before we got married, I had a recruiter reach out, and I ended up accepting a new job with a company and to be a representative here in DFW. Everything was great. Really, really loved the new boss I had for that company. To this day, good Christian man. Really respected him and looked up to him, and everything was great. We got married, went on our honeymoon, and the day after we got back was my first technical day in the field. At 9 a.m. in the morning, I received a call about hopping on an immediate HR call without being able to tell my side of the
Oh. He got fired from one of his jobs because they found out he was a crooked cop. Is that it?
story, or share any of the details, or even put them in contact with anyone that was involved in the situation. I was ceremoniously fired from my job. I was
We've seen the video. It's probably because of the video footage. He literally just smashed somebody on their face for no fucking reason when he was arresting a suspect. And the guy was basically completely cooperative. He just let his hands out, let him, like, cuff him, and then for no reason, this fucking asshole did a judo takedown and deliberately smashed this guy's head on the fucking concrete and literally broke his face. I'm assuming that's the fucking video his employer saw, and they found out, wow, this guy's a fucking asshole, and they fired him.
Able to get enough information out of them. My previous time as a police officer, I'm sure definitely all of the trolls online know about it. But if you're not here, if you haven't been here for a while and you don't know, when I was a police officer in 2013, I made an arrest of a gentleman trying to break into a little old lady's house, and he was high on drugs, didn't listen to...
Okay, so this guy's lying. Let me see if I can find it. Jordan... She changed her last name, didn't she? No, maybe not. Is his last name Don? Yeah. Here we go. So the guy who commits police brutality here is that guy, Jordan, who's lying. So they didn't even know if this guy was breaking into the home. He's lying about that. He was suspected of maybe breaking into the home because he vaguely fit the description. So this guy leaves his hands out, like, okay, here, cuff me, whatever. Or at least it's a sign that I'm not going to do anything. He has his hands out. So watch this. So he performs a judo takedown where he kicks out the back of his legs and smashes the guy's face onto the fucking concrete. Even though he was not resisting, he was complying to orders, and he wasn't even... Like, again, he's only a suspect. They don't know what he was doing. He only fit a description. So, and this guy was so fucked up, I think they had to call an ambulance to help him. They couldn't even just drag him off to jail. So, yeah, this guy was fucked up.
the verbal commands that I gave him. He was taken into custody in a way.
He wouldn't obey the verbal commands I gave him. Completely outstretched hands, not running away, not doing anything to suggest he was resisting or anything, or at all the danger. So he's lying.
That we were taught in the academy.
You followed suit.
Yes, they teach you in the academy to smash people on their fucking face when they're only a suspect and they're not resisting at all. Sure, I'm sure they taught you that in the academy.
Protocol.
Yep.
Was this like a talk in the bathroom where like somebody made some mention? Oh yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want to black suspects. Like, is that what you mean by the academy? Or there's no way they taught you that in the actual academy in the classroom, dude.
And at the time it was reviewed, the police department and the powers that be had no issue with it, but after...
Yeah, because you work for a racist fucking organization that's just run by totalitarian fucking fascists.
After the fact, he filed a lawsuit against me, and after I had left the police department, that's another thing that the trolls on the internet just love to throw up. I wasn't fired.
He was fired.
Left in 2016.
Yeah, so that's bullshit. This was part of the lawsuit. He was fired, and I think they gave him the choice to resign rather than actually firing him. So that's so fucking misleading. Let's see, Louis donated $2. Do you agree with Louis Rossman blaming e-bikes? Toxic e-bike culture almost killed 4 people. This is probably going to be stupid.
Buddy, how's it going?
I'll react to that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I wasn't sued until 2018. If anyone doesn't believe that, it's all public record, public information. Go check it out.
That's my favorite thing that they say. It just goes to show the severity of how much these people do not know, how much information they...
By the way, like, what do any of those details matter? The fact is, this guy fucking brutally assaulted a suspect for no fucking reason, and then he's bringing up, the trolls are lying about why I was fired or how I left and when I got sued. Like, what matters is his misconduct. Like, these people are just 2 fucking toxic, lying narcissists. Holy shit. Yeah, no wonder they're still talking about it. They can't fucking let it go and just admit they did something wrong.
I hope you're having a lovely day. Today I would like to give a rant on freedom and what is necessary to maintain freedom. Today I'm going to be ranting about a near-fatal e-bike accident that happened on the Manhattan Bridge in New York City. I typically tended to take the Williamsburg Bridge, not the Manhattan Bridge. The Manhattan Bridge was a little too narrow for my liking, especially since it was two-way. I just didn't particularly like that path. But this is an accident that happened on the Manhattan Bridge bike path. I'm not going to show you photos. Some people have actually messaged me photos. I'm not showing you that because I'll just be honest with you, it's disgusting. Needless to say, it was a near fatal e-bike accident involving about 3 or 4 people. And I'm also going to discuss some of the comments that I've seen on many news articles around the internet involving this particular e-bike accident. For those of you who are not aware, when I lived in New York City, I used an e-bike to get around. It was my chosen transportation of choice. Some videos here, I have like the 360 camera. Some videos here are on my normal.
I have to see this just to know what was going on. 4 dead after battery causes fire. I don't know what he is after bloody crash. Scooter e-bike riders. Why is he saying near death? Like, how did he determine that they almost died? So, because there's blood on the ground, like, I've crashed plenty of times, and there have been blood stains left on the ground. I don't know why that means it's near fatal. Okay, I'll just let him
normal camera
talk.
And over here I actually gave Rich from Rich Rebuilds and Stevan a tour of Midtown Manhattan when they visited the store 2 years ago. on an e-bike. I had an e-bike
Yeah,
that could
blah,
fit
blah,
3 to
blah.
4
We're not
people on it,
talking about
and I gave them a tour.
transits.
It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed building my e-bike, and I enjoyed it as a means of transportation. Some of you may be wondering, why don't you just drive a car? Do so. And there is now a large debate going on about electric bikes in New York City, and a lot of people that want them to be banned. They want them to be...
The idea behind banning e-bikes is fucking stupid. You're never going to ban them. So for one thing, you can ride them without a license. So if you get pulled over by the police, they can't exactly deduct points off your license if you ride improperly, or if your e-bike isn't, like, if it goes too fast or something. The only thing they can do is give you like a ticket or citation. They also can't like steal your property, and it's impossible to know like what fucking electric bike is going to abide by whatever like standard, you know, like it can't have above a 250-watt motor, this or that. So it's impossible to regulate, and technically e-bikes are or were banned in New York, but they either repealed it, or they just didn't bother like actually doing anything about it, because like it's impossible to regulate. It's like trying to regulate certain shoes. It's just stupid. So the only thing you can do is like, again, punish people for doing stupid shit. Same like with on a normal bicycle.
Properly enforced by the NYPD, because the NYPD essentially does virtually no enforcement of these things.
How are they supposed to enforce anything?
What I would do is, if I saw a cop car, I would essentially start pedaling really fast and pretend that I was pedaling, and trust the fact that when it came to the wattage limits on e-bikes, that the NYPD was not...
How is the NYPD supposed to know what fucking motor is in what bike and how fast a bike might go? They can't. And like, by the way, they have better things to fucking do. Do you want them to, like, you know, catch rapists, or do you want them to give somebody, like, on an e-bike a small fine because they're traveling like 10 kilometers faster than they were supposed to?
Carrying around a multimeter. So, you know, it's one of these things where, like, what are they going to, how are they going to tell this is 700 watts versus 3,000 or anything like that? But what was paramount to me was to not ride like a complete and utter jackass. And a lot of the comments I'm going to read you, I think, are stemming from the fact that people rode these things like complete jackasses. So a few things that I wanted to go over here. As a motorcyclist, F these people. Not on a bike path, but witnessed a crash involving one of these in Manhattan that shook me for a bit. Since many of them don't even wear a helmet, this guy who ran a red light and T-boned a taxi hit his head directly on the pavement and was literally squirting blood out his head.
Has literally nothing to do with it being an e-bike. I've seen really bad crashes with bicycles. I saw somebody get run over by a fucking bus because they ran a red light on a bicycle. What does that have to do with a fucking e-bike?
He wasn't dead yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if he died. And you've caught me in some of these videos. I wish I saved time in my life. And honestly, most of you haven't either. There are good books on this that go over because they go through red lights. This is New York City. Cabs go through red lights, pedestrians go through red lights, normal cyclists go through red lights. Everybody goes through red lights in New York City. The thing that they're mad at you for is because the morons on the Arrow 7s and Arrow 9s are going through red lights when there is actual oncoming traffic and playing chicken with them. And that is where it goes too far. This is what results in bad legislation, and more importantly, this is what results in heavy-handed regulation that takes something that would actually be good for the city and...
What the fuck is he talking about?
Profession thing. Absolutely sick and tired of hearing this excuse that delivery workers must use mopeds to do their job. 10 to 15 years ago, they did their job with a bicycle. F these assholes.
10 or 15 years ago, there wasn't fucking Uber Eats, and they didn't really exist back then.
I hear where you're coming from, I really do, man. At the same time, 15 years ago, most people were getting their food delivered by calling a restaurant and then paying for it in...
Do an impression of Jordan Peterson giving a speech about cleaning your room to cleanse yourself of horny thoughts on a video call, then fap while moaning Pinocchio, pretty please.
Okay, I guess I can do that for you. So give me a second. What? Like in the afternoon. Huh? Like 2, 3, something like that. Yeah. Ugh. Now, I'm not making any kind of medical diagnoses, but I think these observations can certainly be helpful and apply to a lot of young men's lives. Now, I see this man, Louis Rossman, sitting here, and I wouldn't say his room is exactly filthy, but it sure as hell could be a little more tidy. See, he has a keyboard here that could be wireless, and it has a rather annoying cable running to his personal computer. He has a cell phone, a bottle, and a number of other random things, including more wires on the side. And he also has a cat. Now, cats are typically clean and cleanly. However, if you have a cat sitting on your couch that has not licked its butthole yet, well, I would have to say that's a pretty filthy circumstance. So, what Louis Rossman should do, if he really wants to get his life in order, is lick his cat's butthole for him, so that he has a nice clean cat with a clean butthole resting on his armrest, and he should get rid of all this other junk and nonsense. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to fap to my favorite movie, Pinocchio. Oh yes, Pinocchio, please. Please, Pinocchio. Oh yeah, make that nose longer. All right. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation note, Goat. The only path to donate $2 vegan gains, please feed them vigor. Let me see. Wow. That is a lot of foxes. Foxes are annoying as shit. I don't know how the hell people tolerate them as like pets or rescues. Oh yeah, I've seen this, the cat. Cat was having a nap. That's pretty funny. I'd take the cat too. Much better prize. Oh yeah. Animals are smart, man. They know how to manipulate you. It's a nice cat. Yes, let the cat inside. That's a good cat. Oh my god. Those little goats are cute. I like goats.
Would you like a banana?
That's, I don't know what kind of animal that is. Thanks, Thy Only Path. Tate donated $2. Is this vegan natty or not? His Instagram is linked in Reddit bio and his lifts are there. Let me see. Oh, I've seen him. In all likelihood, yeah. I know who he is. But, yeah, in all likelihood, probably is. Thanks for the nation, Tate.
Smart to take the day off yesterday. Did you sleep well? Also, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I kinda just needed a day off to chill. I went out to a very nice restaurant with Jasmine, and we watched the movie Zootopia. So I had a pretty good day yesterday. I did, in fact, sleep well, and if you're up for it, I'm down to do some twerking and sit-ups. Love you, sweetie. I'm feeling good, Sam. Depression's better today, and I'm feeling pretty good. But I'd be down to do like 300 sit-ups, 2 songs. Thanks for the donation, dude. I don't know what the fuck Louis Rossman's talking about.
Like 99% of the people at the recording studio I worked at from 2007 to 2009 were calling a restaurant.
E-bike riding, pedestrian walkway, blah, blah. How to keep e-bikes legal, use power response. Like, that's just fucking stupid. You're never going to stop e-bikes. There's no way to police them. They're so, not only are they so prolific, it's also hard to tell what is and isn't an e-bike. There are so many people who are just going to object to a ban. You're never going to be able to ban them, and they have such a useful utility. Again, you just can't. Like, the amount of money people save working as delivery drivers, or the people who commute to work on these things, like, versus using a car. Like it's just stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense. What you'd likely end up seeing is politicians do like dumb regulations that literally do nothing. So just say, oh, it's illegal to go in a certain type of bike lane or pedestrian walkway. Okay, people aren't going to listen to that. Or just ban like e-bikes with a certain amount of power output. Again, it's impossible to ban. If they had any fucking sense, just create specific kinds of fines for doing stupid shit on an e-bike or any kind of bicycle. Like, that'll fix it. If some like dumbass is driving an e-bike drunk and then runs into somebody, just charge them. Give them a big fat ticket. Donate $2. If someone donated $20 million to you tomorrow, would you still do streams or quit? Yeah, I'd still do streams. I can't see myself not streaming. If anything, I might even stream more. I just do different types of like IRL streams and shit. But yeah, I don't see myself ever quitting streaming or YouTube. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Legislatures and was brought in for a couple of hours. He was the one who was in for hours and hours with Mike Pence. And trying to convince Mike Pence.
Yeah, I don't think Mike Pence was mentioned in the indictment. I think they're using his conversation with Mike Pence as proof that Trump willingly and knowingly lied to try to overthrow the election. Because Pence basically refused to do what Trump told him to do, which is like just eliminate a bunch of electoral votes. And then Pence like said, okay, I guess I'll do it if it's like legal. And then he just talked to a bunch of legal experts, and then they said, no, that's obviously illegal. And then he didn't do it.
To do this. Or Mike Pence was trying to find out, could he do this? Sidney Powell, a conservative lawyer who has, more or less lost her mind, may have lost her mind before then. This is a key one, though. Jeffrey Clark, he's a Justice Department lawyer. You've heard the name before, I think, if you remember, who pressed people in the DOJ to sow doubt about the election results. And then Ken Chesebro, an architect of the fake elector strategy. The sixth alleged co-conspirator, nobody knows who it is. Some people suspect that it's Stone, but nobody knows. We'll go deeper into this, but I want to read one thing that I think really goes to the heart of how seriously some people took this. There's no doubt that we're dealing with, on some measure, Keystone cops. On some measure. But again, John Eastman is in Mike Pence's office just days before for hours and hours. And if Mike Pence was having none of it, remember Mike Pence like called Dan Quayle, who he probably was friends with. I think Quayle was from Indiana as well.
They have overwhelming evidence. Like Trump's defense is going to be, oh, well, that's just my freedom of speech. They're going to be able to easily prove that he just deliberately fucking lied to try to overthrow the election. The amount of legal experts that he was in contact with that told him you can't do that. Like he's basically going to have to like admit to being mentally retarded and then get like some psychological exam where he pretends to be dumber than he really is so that he'll like get, I don't know, some kind of exemption or sympathy from the court for being a retard. But like that's the only way I could see a way out of this.
And if I remember correctly, Quayle was vice president. He's calling Dan Quayle, and he's not calling Dan Quayle because he's saying like, hey, we got a problem here. He's saying, can I do this? And then Eastman comes in, and if Pence was like, I will not do this, that meeting would have lasted 15 minutes. But instead, they're in there, well, can I really do this? Can I really?
Donate $2 react. Let me see. It's fucking hilarious that it's x.com now. Ugh.
After a few minutes.
Yeah, I've seen the frog pooping out a beetle. Yeah, whatever. Old meme, man. Sex is clearly binary, declaring oneself to be otherwise, distortion of reality. Well, it's not. You can have a mix of sexual traits, so I don't know what he means by that.
Sex really is binary, there's no question about it. You're either male or female, and it's absolutely clear. You can do it on gamete size, you can do it on...
Yeah, so, no. He's wrong.
I don't know why you want to kill all spiders so much. You do realzy. The majority of animals those predators kill are insects, and most of the ones they torture and kill deserve it anyway. Today in my house I saw a house spider, under its web a dead wasp.
Well, wasps are assholes. I don't know if anything deserves to be tortured and killed. Maybe wasps. Like, I mean, they're not mosquitoes by choice, or wasps by choice. I don't know if it would reduce rights violations or not. If it wouldn't reduce rights violations, then obviously I wouldn't be in favor of it. Thanks for the donation, Matthew. So you don't determine sex by chromosomes because regardless of somebody's chromosomal makeup, you can actually see somebody present as male or female. You can only determine sex by gametes that are produced. And even when you're just looking at gametes, there are in fact human beings that produce both male and female gametes at the same time. There's also separate sexual traits. So there's secondary sexual traits. There's primary sexual traits. Like, you can have a penis but not produce any male gametes. You can have a vagina but not produce any female gametes. You can have breast tissue. Your body structure can be different, where you have wider hips. Or broader shoulders. Facial features can be more male or female. It also seems like there are brain sex differences. So men and women do have distinct brains, it seems, and that might actually be why transgenderism is a thing. It's an intersex trait related to the brain. So he's wrong on how sex is even determined, and he's actually wrong about sex being binary because, again, there's different sexual traits. And even if you're going to narrow things down to gametes, there are in fact people who produce both male and female gametes, and there's also people who produce no gametes at all, does that mean they're neither male nor female? So thus, again, meaning sex isn't binary then.
Chromosomes. To me, as a biologist, distinctly weird. People can simply declare, I am a woman.
So just because this guy's a biologist, it doesn't mean he knows what he's talking about with this specific subject. Like, you're talking about a distinct speciality within biology.
So I have a penis. Helen, what do you think lies behind this odd distortion of reality?
What do you mean distort? Like, I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. If he's talking about, like, trans activists, no trans activists are fucking claiming they're literally the sex that is opposite to what they are now, or the opposite to what they were assigned at birth. They're making a separation between gender and sex and arguing that they should be recognized as the gender of their choice. Like, I don't even understand the context of this, but it sounds retarded either way.
I would say that when I started to write about it first, I quickly realised that this wasn't treated the same way as anything else. Like, just asking very obvious questions, like, don't you think that if we allow people to self-identify their sex, this will lead...
They're not self-identifying their sex, they're self-identifying their gender, and obviously there's an aspect of self-identification when it comes to gender. This is just bizarre.
...to, for example, destroying women's sports or putting...
What? No sporting body has agreed to the idea that purely on the basis of saying I'm a man or I'm a woman, you should be allowed to participate in, like, women's sports. As far as rapists, like, I mean, same thing. This is like the kind of bottom of the barrel, lowest hanging fruit, dumb conservative arguments. Like, we've been hearing for years. Oh, well, if transgenderism is a real thing, then I guess you're fine with putting, like, Jeffrey Dahmer in a woman's prison. Like, that's just not how that works. It's the stupidest fucking cringe bullshit. And by the way, there are female rapists that go to fucking women's prisons. Like, do you think it's safe for other women in there? Like, I don't understand.
...rapists in women's jails, people would turn...
What do you mean put rapists in women's jails? There are women who are rapists who go to women's jails. Like, how fucking sexist is this?
...this back on me and say, you think that trans people are predators, you're a bigot. What we were talking about here was an intensely linguistic movement. Like, there isn't a sense in which a man can become a woman, except linguistically. Like, yes...
I'm sorry, you can only become a woman linguistically. So, like, if I don't know if we were to search, like, ladyboy, I don't know if that's gonna bring up porn. Let me just check beforehand. Yeah, so if I were to, like, search ladyboy, like, these are biological males, and you're saying there's nothing that makes them feminine. Like, by the way, she literally would not be able to tell unless she looked under their, like, fucking panties. Or if they had bottom surgery, do, like, extensive fucking, like, MRI imaging, like, chromosomal fucking testing. It's just insane what she's saying.
Yes, okay, he can have operations. Most trans people don't have any operations, don't take any medicine. But that doesn't change your...
What? What does she mean most trans people don't medically transition?
Sex.
This is fucking bizarre. Yeah, that is a remarkably stupid and ignorant person.
This is why I'm getting a divorce. This the type of shit she be sending on Instagram. Lol.
Let me take a look. The world scoffs only at Christianity, never about Islam, Hinduism, other religions. That is completely and utterly false. Just because Satan only attacks his enemy and not his own religion that he has created. What? Yes, I'm sure you cannot find a lot of content hating on Islam and Judaism and practically every other fucking religion. Yeah, nobody said anything bad about Scientology, right? Fucking stupid.
Wasps theme self-sadistic animals, they sting innocent people for no reason.
That is true. I've had wasps sting me for no fucking reason. They're annoying as shit, even when you're minding your own fucking business. Thanks for the donation, Matthew. The only pathway tellers. Have you tried VG or vegan Baby Bell? They kind of taste like drugs. I don't like cheese, so I haven't tried it. Wow. Oh my god. That's a good chonko. Raccoons are fucking cute. Wow. It's a good fucking raccoon. Oh my god. That's funny. Yeah. That's cute. I didn't know cows did that. Oh. A monkey? Seems like a nice monkey. That's a cute monkey. Oh. Yeah, I've met a lot of Burmese mountain dogs that like refuse to come inside. Yeah, I've known a few that just love being outside so much they just sit outside. It's a nice dog though. Very fluffy. Is that a one organism I'm looking at? What the fuck even is that? That looks like an angler. I think that's another type of angler. Yeah, those are weird. You can like literally see its brain. Yeah, that's a really weird fish. Or no, I think those are its eyes, maybe. I can't remember, but that's a really weird fish. That's a squid. A lot of very strange sea creatures. Thanks for the donation, Thy Only Path.
When will you admit that the vegan diet will literally kill you? Another vegan has been lost due to people like you spreading misinformation.
I heard about this. I'm not going to bother watching this video. I read a few articles and apparently this woman refused to drink water and she'd only get like water from the food she ate. And she was clearly underweight. If I had to guess, she probably just had like an arrhythmia or something. I don't know how she died. But thanks for the donation, penile enlargement. I think she just died because she wasn't eating and drinking properly. Mao donators, thoughts on this moist mayor candidate? I don't know. Thanks, Mao.
Hi VG. Hope you are doing good tonight. Did you hear the exciting news that Donald John Trump received his third indictment for January 6th? Oh, how the wheels of justice are turning and moving forward in the right direction. Smile.
Yeah, he's absolutely screwed. Just fucked beyond belief. He is going to spend the rest of his life in prison. He's done. The Trump era is finished and the walls are just closing in. It's great. Thanks for that donation, Mao. Or no, wait, sorry. Who? Sorry, not Mao, bend over. Mao donated $2. Do you like this? Let me see. No, I'm not a big insect person. They're also carnivorous, so yeah. That is a very weird, creepy-ass creature. Never understood wanting to have an insect as a pet.
So far on your screen there is only a small group of cockroaches. About the cockroach.
I would say this is animal abuse. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? This guy is an asshole. Fuck that dipshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Mao.
It is important that you just rest and listen to your body. Remember, 750 decline sit-ups and 75 minutes of twerking is a lot of exercise. Now, it is time to rest.
Not really. Like, I mean, on an average day, I usually do like an hour and a half of weight training, and then I also do like rollerblading and mountain biking and stuff, so it's not particularly hard. At first the twerking for that long was kind of hard just because I wasn't really used to being in that position for such a long time, but I've gotten more flexible in my lower back and hips, so I don't really get sore from that anymore. But thanks for the donation, Sam. Appreciate it. I could do another hour tonight, really. I don't know if I could handle it every night, but yeah, after like a day or two, I'm good. Mike donated $2. Would you say police officer is one of those jobs, professions many people go into not because they have a real passion for law enforcement, but just because they don't have better options? I would say it's two things. Either they don't have better options, or it's for wrong reasons, like they get a good pension, it has better pay than other jobs, or because they're just bullies and they like taking advantage of people. Thanks for the donation though, Mike. Appreciate it. I mean, even when some cops have good intentions, like joining the force, I think most people are too stupid, don't have the right temperament, and are very easily corrupted by power. So there are very, very few people that could really truly be good cops. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
Full guide on how to work hard. I want you to take a look. I have it teed up for you at 1:20 and 16 seconds. Step 4.1 with actionable advice. I also have timestamps for more.
Yeah, this sounds fucking retarded. How to work hard. This is so stupid.
Step 4.1, destroying depression with discipline. There's a lot of people these days who feel quite depressed, and whether there is such a
This dumbass has never had depression before. I'm sure there's some people where if they just establish a, I don't know, good predictable routine, they might be able to overcome their depression, but like the idea, oh yeah, as long as you like get up at 6 in the morning, work out, do your job, and then whatever later, you won't be depressed anymore. Like, you're a fucking idiot.
Concept of clinical depression or not, I actually don't know, which I know sounds stupid, but I think that the majority of people who have depression, I don't think it's this like weird mystical chemical imbalance that they might need medication for. It's in my belief.
Most people have depression because they're poor. Simple as that. Poverty has the highest correlation with depression. And if you're working a job you don't like and not getting compensated fairly for it, you are very likely going to be depressed. So the idea, like, and like, this is coming from a fucking literal child. Like, only a child would come up with this idea. Oh, if you just have like a solid, routine where you get up in the morning, you work out, you go to work, you hustle, it'll all be good. Like, how the fuck do you think adults live? Like, most people have to get up in the fucking morning, go to work, make a living, pay the fucking bills, and that takes up the fucking vast majority of your day, and most people are so exhausted by the time they get home from work, they don't really have much energy to do much else. So, like, only a fucking child who's never, like, worked in his fucking life would have this idea that, oh yeah, like, most people are just sitting around too much, not doing anything, like, you have to, like, hustle. A child who sits at home playing fucking video games and has his mom make his fucking food would come up with this idea, but if he ever fucking lived in the adult world for a minute, he'd know that's probably not why most people are fucking depressed. Most people are depressed because they have a job that they don't like doing, and then they're making shit fucking money for it on top of it, making it totally not worth it. Like, what an idiot. Fuck this guy. Let's see. Keto Lifestyle Forever donated $2. This kid seems pretty knowledgeable for his age and said that he would be honored to debate you on veganism or any other topic. Would you debate him?
So how does exercise change our blood? Not only does it change our blood, but it changes our blood flow. In response to exercise, we get an increase in what's called capillarization. And this is just a fancy way of saying we have more arteries which bring nutrient and oxygen-rich blood to the muscle, and we also have more veins, which brings deoxygenated blood. The longer we can maintain the same exercise blood. You see, the higher the ratio, and as a result, we have
Okay. He can email me if he wants to debate me. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I want to fix my gyno, but I've never been to the doctor before and I don't know how to even begin or if I need to see a certain type of doctor to get medication for it. What do you recommend? I am already very lean. I've had it since puberty and are 20.
You're only going to be able to get it removed through surgery, so you're probably going to want to talk to a plastic surgeon. And if you're quite lean and it's apparent, then they probably won't need to do imaging. Usually when people have a higher body fat percentage, depending on how you store body fat, it might look like you have gynecomastia. So usually they ask you to get an ultrasound just to confirm that it's actually breast tissue and not fat tissue. But if you're pretty lean and it's apparent, then like it's a plastic surgery. It's not something that's going to be covered by like socialized healthcare. So just look at a plastic surgery clinic that's, does that procedure. Thanks for the donation, Keto Lifestyle Forever.
That we feel depression when we don't act like how humans are supposed to act. Now,
what does that mean? That is just such a bizarre statement. Depression is not only like so prevalent in the population, but it's prevalent cross-culturally. And it's even mentioned literally in ancient history. They didn't call it depression. They called it things like melancholia. But it seems to be a very common human condition. So the idea that you get depression when you're not acting like a human being should act, like, it's oxymoronic. Clearly, this is a common fucking human condition. And it seems to be related to infection. So, like, the reason why we might be prone to depression is because it offers a survival advantage. Because it's being linked to some inflammatory, since it's being linked to inflammation, infection, disease, it may have helped to prevent the spread of infection. So if you get sick and you get depressed, you feel sad, and you're withdrawn, you're less likely to be social, interact with other people, and spread that disease or illness. So that's a theory, and that's that's obviously only one kind of pathway in which depression can manifest. But, like, again, given its prevalence, given that it's existed throughout all human history, it's just weird to say you get depression by acting like a human being wouldn't act. Like, clearly you get depression by acting like a fucking human being. It's just a kind of typical human condition. And simplifying it down like that is also just fucking idiotic. Like, this guy doesn't know anything about depression. Keto Lifestyle, what is your email address for debate inquiries? It's on my About page. Thanks for the donation, Keto Lifestyle. Son Goku donated $, she right, question mark, let me see.
We don't bench press. We throw and push. Roll your shoulders down, and then when the bar is on your chest, you're going to throw with your lats.
What do you mean use lats? You don't use your lats in a bench.
Think about gauging your lats to throw the weight off your chest.
Like that's not a function of the lats.
So if you're having trouble figuring out how to engage your lats or how to send that signal from your brain down to your lats to make...
Your lats do not move your arm forward. They're not involved in adduction. So, yeah, like they're stabilizing muscles. They need to be engaged in order to retract your scapula, but they don't push the bar forward. I think this like idea came from equipped powerlifting, where some of these bench shirts are so stiff and restrictive that you actually had to pull the bar towards you.
Who is she and is she natty?
I think she's the female like bench press world champion in her weight class, I think. I can't remember her name. I don't know if she's natty. She very likely isn't. She can bench a lot of weight for her actual weight, but yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember her name either. Thanks for the donation, Sam. Yeah, but I don't know where people get this fucking idea from. Like, your lats don't push, they pull.
Get to pop and work. There's a little trick you can do. You can stick your hand inside your armpit like this.
It's basically like saying, like, if you're doing a row, engage your chest, engage your chest. Doesn't make any sense. So, like, yeah, again, like, in order to maintain a certain position, like, you're going to use your lats as a stabilizing muscle, but they don't push anything.
Squeezing your hand. So you can work on squeezing down on your hand. You can see how you can get that muscle to start working. It's important to be in good shoulder position to make as big a throw as possible. To use your lats, you get way up on top of your shoulders, roll them down, squeeze them together.
So she's a really good bench presser, but like that what she's saying just doesn't make any fucking sense.
You remember being a child and how playful and innocent and beautiful the world used to be. And I'm not talking about being a teenager, but I'm talking about actually being like a pure child. Remember when you used to climb trees and you used to jump over puddles? Like, remember when you...
Yeah, I remember that, and I wanted to fucking kill myself. I wanted to kill myself when I was about 5 or 6 years old, and I almost took a bath with a toaster. And I got that idea from my grandfather. I don't know when, but he mentioned in some conversation about electricity or something that you can actually kill yourself by throwing a toaster in a bathtub. And then that's how I got the idea to commit suicide through that means. Like, he's trying to make some fucking point. Like, see, when you were a kid and you were just acting natural, you weren't depressed, right? No, I was. I've wanted to kill myself for as long as I can fucking remember. So what do you have to say to that, dipshit?
You used to literally just lie down in the grass and you just kind of like look at the individual blades of grass and you'd see tiny insects and you'd play with them. Maybe you'd kill them, right? We don't do that as adults anymore. We're so focused on our phones, on our computers, on like just, these
moron.
desires that have been put into us by influencers and by media. We're constantly thinking about sex, but not in like a loving way, more in like a validation, like, obsessed with ejaculation. So we live this like shallow life, this dirty, shameful life as adults. And we wonder why we don't feel like happy, playful children anymore. So a lot of people believe...
What the fuck is he talking about? Oh my god, this is so bizarre. By the way, what's funny too is when I was about this age, like around 5 or 6, I fucking loved girls' butts. I was in daycare and I used to really like playing Twister because girls' butts would go in my face. Like I don't know what he fucking means. Like, sex is supposed to make you feel miserable? Are you on crack?
Believe that depression is something that they can't change. I'm depressed. I need medication. I think the issue from my understanding with medication is that it's not going to cure the problem. There's a reason why you're depressed.
Well, I don't think any medication is, or any doctor will tell you medication will cure your depression. It's used to help treat it. And it's usually used in conjunction with other therapies. Right now, exercise is really heavily promoted to help treat depression. It seems to roughly be about as effective, if not more effective, than most medications. So most doctors are going to recommend exercise, socializing, antidepressant medication, and also things like psychotherapy. It's not marketed or talked about as a cure. Oh, just take these happy pills and you'll never feel depression again.
Calm yourself. And just think peaceful thoughts.
Yeah, that can be fucking hard to do when I'm watching Hamza, man. But yeah, I'll try. I have tried meditating a little bit in the morning for like 5 minutes. And it has helped with agitation. I've only done it for like the last couple days though. Thanks for the nation, Sam.
The medication just kind of masks the symptoms and kind of like makes you feel a little bit better, like a bit more mellow today. Antidepressants kind of take off the sort of extreme high and the extreme low. And so you're in this weird gray androgynous zone. And I'm not sure if that's...
No, that really depends on the type of meds you're on. SSRIs are kind of known to do that, especially at higher doses. But things like SNRIs or NDRIs or SNDRIs, they can give you very high levels of euphoria and make you feel like weirdly, obnoxiously happy.
That's the best way to go about this. I think perhaps a better way, which is going to require me to sound like a fucking asshole, is to ask you why you deserve to be depressed. If you really want this full guide to help you, and if you really want to make some progress here, it might be worth for you to like not think of me as a bad person when I say that, and for you to ask the question to yourself.
Well, I mean, you are a bad person. You're a selfish, obnoxious fucking twit who gives the most useless advice possible to extremely serious fucking conditions that actually leads to people killing themselves.
Maybe write this down and, write this as a note or something, and to answer this. What am I doing to deserve to feel depressed? It sounds like a horrible question. I can imagine so many people might think that I'm weird or I'm a bad person for asking you that.
That literally makes no fucking sense at all. I mean, especially considering so much depression is idiopathic. Especially when you're in a depressed state, you're going to start thinking oh, what do I deserve? Why should I feel depressed? Well, let's see. I'm fucking stupid. My life is pointless. There's no reason to be alive. What have I contributed to the world? And then you're just going to make yourself feel worse for no fucking reason. Yeah, great job, dude. There's a reason why you're not a psychotherapist.
I personally believe, you've listened to the entire world. Just listen to me for 2 minutes and let me just explain my mindset. And you can just try what I'm saying.
This guy has never had depression in his life.
That we deserve most of what happens to it. Pretty much everything apart from extreme freak accidents and everything like that, right?
Oh, okay, so the Jews deserved the Holocaust. Okay. Right, there's a reason why this guy's an Andrew Tate fan. What a fucking moron. Oh my god, this guy is so stupid. I can't stand it.
And I believe, especially when it comes to things of how we feel, we are in total control of that, whether or not we realize it and whether or not we accept it.
Well,
so
you're not.
It's more of
You're not. That's just absolutely false. You can do things like mindfulness training, but Hamza, do you think if your arms and legs and penis were cut off, you'd have complete control over what you feel? If something horrible and tragic happened to you, your entire family died, you lost all of your fucking limbs and function of your body, that you could just make yourself feel happy? Yeah, you can actually look at how mindfulness training affects symptoms of depression. And unsurprisingly, yeah, when you're talking about mild depression, when you do mindfulness training to think about positive things, try to actively be happy, it's fairly effective at things like that.
Excellent. You want to gradually start extending your meditation sessions.
Yeah. I used to do meditation a lot years ago. And sometimes I do it for a couple hours per day, and I got extremely good at it. But yeah, I just ended up stopping just because it was very time consuming and difficult. And I just got kind of bored with it. But thanks for the nation, Sam. What was I saying?
Empowering thought to have.
Yeah, but if you're talking about really severe depression, these sorts of mindfulness exercises, again, they're just not going to do much for you. So no, you don't have complete control over how you feel and how you think.
That our emotions are simply just caused by our actions. And honestly, when I've started to think
your emotions are not simply caused by your actions.
I've started to think, okay, I control how I feel in life. I've had more control over it. So this is what I want to give you this gift, because it's one of the best things that's ever happened to me. This is going to maybe sound like boasting, but it's not even in the kind of boast that most people would do. Most people will talk about their money and their fast cars. One of the things I really am proud of and I could boast about, I'm genuinely quite a happy, content person. If there's 10 people sat waiting.
Well, no shit, I can fucking tell, dude. Especially since I've experienced depression for so long, it is so easy to tell when people talk about depression if they've ever experienced it before or not. This guy clearly never fucking has. He doesn't even know what it is. He literally does not understand what it is. And even experts, I've seen experts who study this sort of shit, and I can tell what experts have had depression themselves and who haven't. There's just an extra kind of understanding that you have where you can internalize really what it is. There's an intellectual understanding, and there's like an actual deep personal understanding of what it is. And this guy, even on an intellectual level, just literally does not fucking understand what it means to be depressed. And he thinks it just means feeling sad. Like, oh, like seeing a puppy get run over by a car. Oh, that's really sad. Yeah, that's what depression is. Like, he's such a fucking juvenile idiot. I don't know why the hell he even makes videos on topics that he just flat out does not fucking understand on any level.
Waiting for the train. 9 of them are on a phone, and I'm the 10th guy who's literally happier than all of them put together with a smile on my face, just kind of like looking at the world.
Yeah, weird. Hamza also made $270,000 in the last 2 months, and he's talking about why he's so happy.
Newsflash: Hands are just because you're happy all the time does not mean everybody else is.
Well, he's a selfish jackass, so that's going to be very hard for him to understand. Thanks for the donation, though, Matthew. Like, again, what's funny is this guy has made a video on his second channel. I think he made close to $300,000 in roughly the last 2 months. And then this guy's talking about how, I'm so much happier than all my friends. Gee, are your friends making like almost $1 million a fucking year?
That's the kind of man that I've become now. And I promise that I was not always like this. This is because I've conditioned my own mind to like fight for my happiness, my joy, my survival, my gratitude and presence. And so I want to give you this gift, this mindset that I've had. If you ask yourself right now,
Hamza has not ever had to work hard at anything. This guy has a shitty fucking YouTube channel where he literally just prints money. He blabs and then he prints money. That, like, what does he mean work hard? Like, this is probably one of the reasons why he's avoided depression. Again, one big aspect of depression is having to work a shitty job you don't like and not getting fair compensation for it. He's in the opposite situation. He does whatever the fuck he wants, talks about stupid fucking shit, and then he gets paid a ridiculous fucking amount of money for doing it. So, no shit, you feel good. You don't have to fucking work. You're doing something you'd want to do anyway, and you're getting a disproportionate amount of fucking money for it.
Now, and just be totally honest and really write this down as an actionable step. Write some notes on this. What am I doing to deserve to feel depressed? Just write bullet point some ideas, and your lizard brain might pipe up.
Let's see. Watching your stupid fucking videos, looking at your dumbass fucking face, listening to the stupid shit that comes out of your mouth. That's some things I can think of right now.
And say, oh, nothing. It's just what my...
Fuck this guy. This is enough. He's such a fucking... He's AIDS.
Really do this. Explain to me how this happens. He was entertaining it. But the real damning, I think, evidence of just how serious this was. And there's a lot of things that are left out of the indictment. Any potential relationship between Trump and like the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys through intermediaries, none of that's mentioned. No one like Bannon or Stone is mentioned in the indictment. I think he kept this clean to just down to like what they could absolutely 100% prove, which makes sense.
Yeah, especially given that it's a former president. Everyone was thinking Trump might have actually gotten off, but it looks like they were just really taking their time and collecting as much evidence as possible.
But this, from the indictment, paragraph 81, on the afternoon of January 3rd, co-conspirator number 4. Co-conspirator number 4 is Jeffrey Clark. He was a Justice Department lawyer. The previous month, the deputy White House counsel had informed the defendant, that's Trump, that there is no world, there is no option in which you do not leave the White House on January 20th.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Whoever that deputy White House counsel was, we're not sure. I mean, maybe people have some speculation.
Yeah, I can't remember who they think it was, but I think it was some woman. A lot of people are speculating, but like that was crazy. The people who are basically working for him as sycophants were suggesting that he literally make a coup basically. He was going to use the fucking military to just overthrow technically the US government or whatever powers at B and just stay in power. It was crazy.
Do some sit-ups, you fat motherfucker. But seriously, I didn't mean that.
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation. I'm Niagara.
But now the same deputy White House counsel tried to dissuade co-conspirator 4, that's Jeffrey Clark, DOJ lawyer, from assuming the role of acting attorney general. The deputy White House counsel reiterated to co-conspirator 4 that there had not been outcome determinative fraud in the election, and that if the defendant, Trump, remained in office nonetheless, there would be, quote, riots in every major city in the United States. Co-conspirator 4, Jeffrey Clark, responded, well, guy who's saying this to me, or that's why there's an Insurrection Act. Now, the other thing that the indictment shows is that Clark was in fact...
There's an Exorcist remake? Really? I didn't even hear of this.
Good day. Hey, be home by dinner.
I love you. Good morning, Mr. Fielding.
Morning, Catherine.
And here are your daughters, Angela and Catherine. It's about 7 hours ago, and that's the last information we have.
This kind of movie,
You can hear this. We love you. Please come home.
I don't think really works anymore.
Hey, you found her? What are you and Catherine doing out there in those woods?
You were just walking and walking.
I guess technically it's not a remake.
Angela, can you tell your dad how long you were gone?
Okay, so they changed a bunch of major plot details, so now she got, like, infected by a demon because she came across some, like, Satan worshiper cult.
2 hours?
Baby, you've been gone 3 days.
What'd you say?
I didn't say nothing.
Thought I heard you say something.
Hey, baby. You okay?
Whatever those girls went through brought
Oh
something
boy,
back with
this
them.
is some A-class childhood acting.
Body in the blood? Body in the blood? Catherine. Body in the
Dude, the first movie was so great with the, like, the possessed voice. Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
blood.
And then they're doing this, like, fucking shitty, like, you know, digital effect. It's like auto-tune.
Body in the blood. The body and the blood. Catherine. The body.
Dude, that sucks. It's like fucking auto-tune.
And the blood. The body and the blood.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Mommy.
Yeah, this is
But there are
lame.
people out there
Yeah, the original looked like was way creepier. They actually didn't use like shitty fucking digital auto-tune to make the possessed voice. It was actually good. And there are creepy scenes like when she was like trying to mutilate her own genitals with the crucifix. Let Jesus fuck you! Like, that was great. And then they have to make like this fucking watered down modern shit.
Poshter shisha barf mi barad. Darsakuta sign hamdasti. Dania and ormikarad. Moose bidaka shodie barf. Tar saranj armam shenindidi. Dar de lambaridiafsus. Bars gurum nabaridi. Chon nahali sost milazadotruam as same tanichi.
Well, that's good to hear. Appreciate the donation, Mandalam.
Appointed acting DOJ. And what happened after he appoints him, because there is some, like, I guess, internal documents that show him as acting attorney general. As soon as he did that, there was a mass threat of firing. This is prosecutors say Trump offered, this is from Politico, and Clark accepted the job of acting attorney general on January 3rd, 2021, that same day. The select committee found phone records listing Clark as acting attorney general before Trump rescinded the appointment under threat of mass resignations. I guess it was Pat Philbin. Prosecutors say that Pat Philbin, Trump's deputy White House counsel, warned Clark that if he and Trump pressed ahead with plans to stay in power past Biden's scheduled inauguration, there would be riots in the streets. And he said, that's why we have an Insurrection Act. Now, that guy ultimately couldn't be the DOJ because there was going to be mass resignations, so Trump rescinded the appointment. But it's quite clear there was a plan here.
Intent.
Yeah. And that's part of the indictment.
Oh, there's intent.
Yeah.
But there's also a plan, like a clear plan.
Right.
That is
We'll have more to talk about this, obviously.
Dude, Trump is so fucking screwed. It's going to be great when he's just put away. All right, let's get into some Tate shit because some of this shit is funny as fuck. I'm just going to go take a piss. Be right back.
This? What the hell is this? Is there somebody under my desk? Is it this damn border collie? Oh, this damn dog was searching under my desk for some reason. What the hell is this shit? What the hell is this shit? It's a good dog. What are you up to? What are you doing? Damn dog butt. You're a good little dog butt.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Isaac. Appreciate it.
We've been covering the Andrew Tate charges, showing he's been selling classes on trafficking, money laundering, and even admitting to manipulating a 16-year-old into working for his cam business when he was 26 years old. But yes, even with all that, it somehow gets worse. The Tates have done nothing but lie and hide evidence saying that there are no charges or claims of abuse.
Are they accusing you of using violence or?
No. These are only some of the files and transcripts on the Tates. Does this look like no evidence? New evidence has emerged showing that the top members of the War Room are also trafficking women, with another one of them being charged as well. It quite literally is a cult, and I'm not using that word lightly. Chat logs from the War Room have leaked showing that he is still in the webcam business, explaining exactly how he manipulates women to fellow members, saying she's broke, can't go home, and can't leave the house. Man, I almost sound evil. They continue to lie to their fans, saying that they're only being charged for things that happened in 2021.
We've been accused, like my brother said, of nothing prior to 2021 or 2022. So all of our old videos, old life had nothing to do with this.
When the court documents are citing incidents from 2016, 2017, 2018, all the way up until they were arrested in 2022. He had seemingly tried to buy off a Romanian senator, calling her from jail, saying, "So make it clear to them. You will get lots of votes when Tate says you took their side." He has a former Romanian police inspector, Luana, beat the woman when they wouldn't work. Maybe you're not listening because I'm killing you if we don't make money. Hit yourself in the mouth until I arrive because I'll give you another 10. He's been charged with rape, physically assaulting the woman. The prosecution claims he would torture the girls by having his bottom bitch beat them in their newly acquired breast implants by lifting her arm to break the operation, after which she stated that she's not stupid enough to hit her and leave traces. And yes, I will repeat this just like I have in my past 2 Tate videos, it somehow gets worse, as they allegedly have Twitter and Instagram employees in their cult, banning and botting people who criticize them. This is coming from
Oh my god. See, Emmanuel donated $2.25. Just found out that the Academy of Nutrition Dietetics no longer holds their previous position on veganism. Thoughts, hail Satan. Let me see this stupid shit. Since the most recent position paper expired, the Academy currently does not have a position on vegetarian nutrition. Re-examination of evidence for this topic is planned, however. Recruiting for expert panel, well... Still technically the last position they stated, it's just the paper expired. Thanks for the donation, Emmanuel.
A War Room whistleblower.
We have many Twitter employees, we have Instagram employees, TikTok employees. When we want to, we can delete an account. Whatever the perceived attack is on the Tate brand, that the marketing, the post, the tweet, the thread, whatever is purporting, we counter that with our Tate bots. We get big accounts to slander the person that's making that thread.
This is a real rabbit hole, so buckle up, because Andrew Tate is not the man he says he is. He can't even groom himself. Unlike me, a real man who uses Manscaped. Manscaped is the global men's lifestyle brand that's disrupting the grooming market. You know they take—
Can you give me an ice cream? Give me a ice cream cone. It's a nice butt you got. Jesus. That's good. Let me go up there. Got all the dogs with you.
Take it seriously just by how beautifully this thing's packaged. This is the Performance Package 4.0, a game changer when it comes to creating the ultimate men's grooming. I have now made 2 videos on Andrew Tate going over the charges and the many videos he's posted incriminating himself.
I have to fuck her so she obeys me. I don't give a shit about having sex with beautiful women. I fuck them so they listen to me.
Sweetie.
So I can get what I actually want, which is not them. It's a means to an end. Every single Bond girl was exploited. That's exactly what I do.
Well, he's continued to incriminate himself in his War Room group chat where he teaches other people how to traffic women as well, leading to at least one other member being arrested and charged. So what is the War Room? It's Andrew Tate's cult of what he claims to be the most powerful non-governmental body in the world. He describes as the Illuminati, but
I'm pretty sure you had to spend $5,000 a month to be a part of Andrew Tate's War Room. So imagine spending $5,000 a month so that you can incriminate yourself and then be put away for like a decade or more. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be? Somebody paid money so that they could expose themselves and incriminate themselves in a fucking chat room. Like, fuck me.
But cooler.
War Room is kind of like the Illuminati, but cooler.
Powerful as the network.
I'm alive.
Are we allowed to talk about anybody else who's in there?
I will never tell you about any of the members, but let's put it this way: I'm still alive, right? So, and there's been serious attempts on my life. The War Room is the most powerful network on the face of the planet today, bar governments.
Are you trying
bar
to keep
a nation
up?
state? The War Room is bar a nation state wanting you dead. The War Room is the number one enemy you wouldn't want you coming after you because they will get you. We are that good.
Now, I used to think he was just being hyperbolic here, but it's not just a meme. It's dangerous, especially if you're a woman they target. Now, if you're a new member of the War Room, it's just another way for them to siphon
Yeah.
5,000,
Okay.
$7,000 out of you.
The War Room now, it's
Leave
like
me one of
when
the
you
good
join
ones.
it, you're going to be paying the $5,000, but you're not just going to be paying for that. They say that's only your admission ticket. You're only paying to get access to these people. You're not paying to be respected and all that stuff. What you're supposed to be doing is pay for more stuff. As soon as you join, they're asking you, it's like, you got to pay now for the 5 fundamental courses, which I think is like $3,000 with a discount or whatever. So $5,000 USD plus $3,000 discount.
$8,000 just to get started, and they will continue to gouge you for thousands more. But if you actually stick around long enough and make the money, that's when you'll be allowed in the more advanced courses. In one of the War Room group chats, Andrew Tate is giving step-by-step instructions on how to manipulate girls, using his own as examples. In one of the leaked messages, he explains how he would isolate girls from their family by lying. He writes, update on the 2 girls living together. The girl that moved lost her support network at home, cemented her move, talking about staying forever, can't wait for me to come back, etc. So I had to tighten the screw. So I said somebody from her hometown told me that she worked in a sex club. I literally totally made this up from the sky. He then shows the text accusing her at 10:40 and then ghosting her for 20 minutes as she panics. He says, started calling her a liar and threatening to kick her out. But the real goal here is for her to agree to never go anywhere without me, not even her hometown. He then shows his messages with her. You are never going back to Timisoara without me. Understand? And she replies, yes, I understand. He then posts more text messages showing how he's broken this girl down, all through lying, I might add. Andrew, please tell me that this is a joke, because I really don't want to believe that you mean what you're saying. I'm freaking crying alone in a room, and you think I'm not serious? Where am I now, Andrew? Here? Why? Because I am serious. I've left everything and everyone behind. For who? For you. Andrew then writes in the War Room, I need her working, not visiting friends in her hometown. So I'm putting nails in that coffin, saying my people are talking bad about her. So Andrew Tate is admitting and teaching how he gets a girl to fall in love with him, systematically tears her apart from her family and friends, all for the purpose of bringing her to Romania so she works on webcam for him. That is textbook human trafficking according to Romanian law. And if the girls didn't work or didn't pull in enough money after they moved,
Well, it's not just according to Romanian law. Romania is part of a group of nations that is trying to do something about international sex trafficking, and this is also part of American law, too.
moved in, the Tates would have Georgiana and Luana, their assistants, beat them. They're being charged as well. These are transcripts from DICOT, the Romanian FBI, showing them threaten a girl, saying, maybe you're not listening because I'm killing you if we don't make money. Punch yourself in the mouth until I arrive because I'll give you another 10. Andrew Tate would encourage his victims to get breast implants, and if they didn't reach their numbers, he'd make Georgiana pull at the stitches. The prosecution writes, there's no medical documents of the physical violence because the defendants acted cunningly, without leaving traces. For example, from one of the victim's statements, it appears Georgiana, to avoid leaving traces of violence on the body of one of the girls who recently undergone breast implants, would lift her arms to break the operation, after which stated she's not stupid enough to leave traces. To anyone who's still skeptical about the human trafficking charges, I beg to ask, what else would you call this? He'd manipulate the girls into falling in love with him with promises of marriage.
That is fucking insane. Like, genuinely psychotic behavior.
I want to know if you're committed, serious about marriage. He'd then divide them from their family and friends through lies. I said somebody in her old town told me she worked in a sex club. I totally made this up. I need her working, not visiting friends from her old town. And then when they got nothing left, they move in with him where he traps them inside the house.
So I end up with all these chicks just stuck in their house, sitting there, bored, completely in love with me. And of course, they don't go out. They're not allowed out. You stay in the house. You don't go nowhere. You're not, no restaurants, no clubs, nothing.
Like, by the way, how many interviews has this guy done now where he said, oh, they were allowed to leave. They could go wherever they want. I didn't force them to stay inside. And then he literally has a video. They are not allowed outside the house. Like...
nothing.
where they would be beaten, tortured by Georgiana and Luana. And he knows what he's doing is wrong. He proudly states in the war room. Another element, since she's moved in, she's been fed, but nothing else. She's broke, can't go home, and she can't leave the house. Man, I almost sound evil. And the worst part is, other members of the chat love it, posting themselves doing the same thing, bragging about how much money they're making from OnlyFans. Fake convo with G, me pretending I love her, G speaking sense. Posting targets of what woman they plan to get next. This is the next
Holy
target. We'll
fuck.
start the groundwork tonight and keep you all updated. She passed the PhD test. Ready for another masterclass. People are paying over 10K and putting in hours of work a day to learn how to traffic women. It's insane. And yet, it somehow gets worse. Because it's the tip top of the war room where the real crime is happening. I want to introduce you to Vlad Obu, aka Joe Lampton. He is good friends with the Tates and essentially the Romanian version of Andrew. He's seen driving fancy cars and having nice watches. He even runs and sells a course in the war room modeled after Andrew Tate's webcam business. He has been arrested as well, partly because he beat one of his girlfriends because she wouldn't get a third tattoo of his face on her. There were many witnesses. I wonder who else makes their girls get tattoos of
Does vegan whey pose health risks like animal whey? Probably not. I think the only thing, like, if you're talking about like an isolated whey protein, it is very insulinogenic. So I think if you are prone to something like type 1 diabetes, that might be an issue for you, where it could essentially end up wearing out your pancreas, but I don't think for your average person it would really be a problem.
themselves on them. I can't quite put a finger on it. And guess what? He's also been charged with human trafficking. Dicot prosecutors say the alleged victims were trained by beating or psychological terror until the leader of the group considered that they had become as obedient as dogs. According to Dicot investigators, Vlad Obu would have used his public image to seduce several girls through the so-called lover boy method, most of whom were without financial means. Once caught in the net of Obu, the girls ended up in video chat studios opened in Bucharest, Ilfov County. The same county Andrew and Tristan were found trafficking women. Dicot even seems to refer to the same organized crime group that Andrew and Tristan Tate have been charged with creating. Dicot has reported that 31 people have been picked up and investigated in this operation. It is so much bigger than people realize. I want to bring you back to a line from Andrew Tate because it's about to get real different in a moment.
Bar a nation state wanting you dead, the war room is the number one enemy you wouldn't want you coming after you because they will get you. We are that good.
A big reason why Andrew Tate is so screwed right now is because Dicot's been monitoring his phone calls without him knowing. Well, Andrew Tate must not be that smart because for some reason he thought his phone calls in jail...
What? Yeah.
wouldn't also be monitored. Without realizing that Dicot prosecutors could monitor these dialogues, Andrew Tate got in touch with a trusted woman who was supposed to contact George Simmons, who is a member of the Assembly of Deputies in Romania, and a Romanian senator, Diana Sosaka, to convey to them that if they stood up for them in the public space and the Tates are let out, they will be rewarded. Keep in mind that this has been translated from English to Romanian and then back to English, so some things might read a little weird. Tate says, also Anna, there's a guy called George Simmons, he's a protester or something, he's on Facebook and is always posting about stuff. She says, oh yes, I know. He says, talk to him and anyone else like him who doesn't like the corruption in Romania and understand that if he helps us, he will be rewarded. Talk to him and tell him this case is shit. They're Americans. They're making Romania look bad. Dicot is corrupt. She says also Senator Sosaka. She's also a lawyer and she fought against the COVID restrictions. You remember her now? And Andrew replies, yes. Both. He then says, put them in and tell them that Dicot is corrupt and that is very bad for Romania. It's very bad for the image. These guys are innocent. Look here, they're the victims. If you side with the boys, when the boys get let out, they'll make sure you're rewarded for telling the truth. And another wiretap to his cousin Luke, he says, make it clear to them.
How fucking desperate do they have to be? Holy shit. Like, this is just... They're being like they don't know they're being recorded in prison?
You're going to get a lot of votes when Tate says you were on his side. How insane is that? He felt comfortable openly saying that he was going to bribe Romanian politicians from a jail cell. Not only that, but a whistleblower has come forward claiming that they have Twitter and Instagram employees in the war room working for them. The interview was done by the news movement, and the whistleblower is the person who helped create and run CobraTate.com, as well as Andrew Tate's Twitter. He's proven that he was part of the war room by leaking messages.
We have many Twitter employees, we have Instagram employees, TikTok employees.
I ate ice cream with you, so you have to sing Big Boy.
All right, I will sing for you, Mac. Thanks for the donation, sir.
What is love?
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? I don't know why you're not there. I give you my love, but you don't care. So what is right and what is wrong? Give me a sign. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. I don't know. What can I do? What else can I say? It's up to you. I know we're one, just me and you. I can't go on. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Alright, I think that's enough. This is not a good song. Anyway, thanks again, Mac.
When we want to, we can delete an account. For small accounts, we can just mark them and that's it, and nobody really cares. But for bigger accounts, we use a thing called PR marketing campaigns and narrative control, meaning that we have big accounts that side with us. We have many smaller, real-looking, human-like accounts. Whatever the perceived attack is on the Tate brand, that the marketing, the post, the tweet, the thread, whatever is purporting, we counter that with our Tate bots. We get big accounts to slander the person that's making that thread or that tweet or that post.
When you look at Crabcrawler's account, who was the #1 independent journalist reporting
one influential vegan health activist in Germany, who touched on ethics but emphasized health, is currently criticizing veganism for insufficient evidence on its adequacy. He mentions creatine, carnitine, taurine, carnosine. Thoughts?
Yeah, so your own body produces literally all of those things. There may be benefits to supplementing with creatine, taurine, carnosine. But, like, if he's going to mention these specific nutrients, like, the only research that exists showing these amino acids have benefits are studies on supplements. So what does this have to do with, like, a diet including animal products having benefits? Like, the only research suggesting any of this is research on supplements. And these supplements are vegan. Creatine supplements, carnitine, taurine, these are all vegan supplements. Thanks to the nation, though, Ben.
on Andrew Tate with documentation going back years. His Twitter was banned and is still banned for seemingly no reason. Very convenient.
Wow.
In another instance, Tate sent people from the war room
By the way, this is not surprising with an Elon Musk-owned Twitter.
to go intimidate a journalist at his house. Tate writes, "And don't mention my name on Twitter ever again, and it's done. Or sign the contract, or it's just begun. Choice is yours." The guy says, "Fair." Tate replies, "Waiting." Done. Tate then says, "I won't dox any more details. We leave it here." Tate has done this to multiple people, even bragging
Wow.
about it in an interview in 2022.
I'm that guy. And the guy, and he, as soon as he could feel it, and he felt it because people turned up at his door. Once I had his address, I started putting.
Dude. It's too bad Tate hasn't tried that sort of shit with me. Holy crap. Fucking pushovers.
I didn't want to get banned from Twitter. Obviously, it happened in the end.
Dude,
anyway.
I can handle the fucking smoke. Like, fuck, this guy is just pathetic.
But at first I put his street name, then I put his house number. And then when guys turned up at his house, I had to fly some friends of mine from Vegas to LA. Like, I had to spend money on this shit. This took time out of my life. When he looked out the window and saw the SUV, then he starts apologizing on the internet. Like, oh, bitch. Welcome to the real world. Worlds have consequences. And it wasn't even hard for me to do. Richard, all I did was...
Holy shit. I can't... He admitted this publicly. What the fuck? How is this guy taken seriously by anyone?
I sent some messages to a few private groups I'm in and said, look, cash prize, this guy needs to pay.
A few private groups being the War Room. It's like a bald version of 4chan. So I ask again, what is the War Room? It's a $10,000 course where experts on trafficking and abuse come together and teach others how to traffic and abuse women. Only payable through crypto, by the way.
And then he says crypto is the only available payment option.
They trick the woman to leave their family and friends behind. Leave them broke, make them tattoo their names on her. If they refuse, beat them, ban accounts trying to document the situation by paying Twitter staff in the War Room to do it.
We have many Twitter employees, we have Instagram employees, TikTok employees. When we want to, we can delete an account.
If that doesn't work, dox the journalist. Have members show up to their house intimidating them.
But at first I put his street name, then I put his house number. And then when guys turned up at his house, I had to fly some friends of mine from...
Dude, like, if only Tate ran into, I don't know, like some more people like me were the ones criticizing Tate. Like, give me the smoke, dude. I don't give a shit if somebody shows up at my house or whatever. I want an excuse. Give me an excuse.
From Vegas to LA. Like, I had to spend money on this shit.
When they finally get caught and are in prison waiting for trial, they try and call and bribe politicians. This group is actually kind of scary. They're clowns. I want to point and laugh at them, but they're like evil trafficking clowns.
Everyone's afraid of us. And if anyone did piss us off at any point, even if we didn't want to fuck them up ourselves, we can make one phone call and they'd either be in a ditch or lose their any right to stay here. They'd have some visa issue and get kicked out the country, or arrested for no reason and put in a jail cell for months at a time.
Ironic.
We are basically as mafia as you can get.
I actually can't tell how much he's joking here anymore.
Close your fucking mouth, you're just really fucking dense. If you hate me while you talking, you don't make no fucking sense.
Probably the most infuriating thing when it comes to the Tates is dealing with an insane amount of misinformation they put out. Tristan writes, a lot of Twitter detectives trying to solve my case. Think out of context video clips are proof of crime beyond all reasonable doubt? I sit here reading actual charges, and it's a false accuser whose story has been disproven already, and the allegations of stolen TikTok money. This is a lie. Now, I've debunked this before, but I'm gonna do it again because he keeps saying it. The prosecution is not accusing them of stealing TikTok money. If you read the court documents, it clearly states that Andrew and Tristan would traffic women and have Georgiana and Luana force the girls into making pornographic content using the website OnlyFans. They'd then force them to create a TikTok to help promote the OnlyFans.
It is so bizarre to me that Tate is doing interview after interview lying about the charges because, again, this is only going to blow up in his face in court, and I'm sure his lawyers know this. I have a theory that his lawyers hate him, and they're setting him up to fail. Honestly. I'm sure this has happened before. Like, usually lawyers, even if they know a client's guilty, will, try their best to defend them, but I think Tate is just such an unlikable asshole. His crimes are just so heinous. And he probably treats his lawyers like shit. And they're thinking, let this guy do stupid interviews and, tell him, oh, yeah, just, say, you're only getting charged for making TikToks. Go ahead. And then this is just going to blow up in his face in court when they prove he's a fucking liar.
And him claiming that the girl's story has already been disproven, it just isn't true. He's lying again. When Andrew and Tristan Tate were in jail, messages were released by Tate showing the two girls trying to escape his house earlier that year. We know this because he called them using the prison phone. There's transcripts. Yes, put them everywhere and say this girl says she's kidnapped when she is not kidnapped. Luke then asks, "You're saying you want me to discredit them and have social media pull hard?" And Tate responds, "Yes, screw them." Luke in the war room then posted a single TikTok of the girls dancing as if that proved anything. It only fooled Sneeko.
They're in the house the whole time. This is them. Does this look like women who are being held against their will?
Sneeko, the girls were forced to make TikToks. That's part of the trafficking. And because of Andrew Tate's bots...
Dude, like, imagine if you showed, like, a video of a kid, I don't know, playing, like, fucking Nintendo, having a good time playing Zelda, and then... like some pedophile priest like posts a clip of this. Does this look like a child who's getting raped? Like it's insane. Tate's lawyers are Cape fearing him. I do not understand that reference. But I'm pretty convinced at this point, given the stupid, insane shit that Tate keeps saying over and over and over again in these fucking dumbass interviews that is only going to work to incriminate him. His lawyers must be okay with him just sabotaging himself because they hate him.
This news went wild. People still believe this argument. The Tate's war room would then take one snippet out of all of these released messages from Tate and frame it as if the girls were making it all up to get a Netflix deal, when that's not what the messages are saying at all. So no, nothing in this statement is true. Nothing's been disproven. They're literally running a smear campaign, and it's only working because the court documents, as well as the articles exposing it, are in Romanian. The BBC is more focused on him being a misogynist than a human trafficker.
Financial success
Correct.
with a Bugatti and a cigar, but it comes with a side order of misogyny.
How does having a Bugatti and a cigar come with misogyny?
What are we doing? The Tate's new tactic is to take their own content out of context and then frame it as if they were saying that they love and respect women the whole time. They add this sad music.
They think that you can do it through fear, that you can scare girls, you can intimidate girls. If you're gonna scare a girl and put her on the street, she's just gonna walk off and leave. You're never gonna see her again.
There's no way. There's no way their legal team is telling them to do this. They, like, okay, even if Andrew Tate is stupid as fuck, bro, like, just dumb as shit, if he had competent lawyers who would tell him, look, if you post this online, they're only going to be able to use this to incriminate you. Like, what people think of you on Twitter has nothing to do with the court case. Like, he wouldn't be doing this. They have to be, like, just sitting back and watching him do stupid fucking shit and be like, this motherfucker's gonna go to jail. Like, they have to be. Donate $2, let me see.
We could be there. I said, what do you mean we could be there? He says, because we're playing with fire right now.
Yeah,
you
we
know,
are.
Ukraine and Russia and all this stuff. This could actually, we're acting like World War III.
Yeah, the World War III thing. Yeah, World War III is going to happen when Russia has no military force. They're not really a nuclear power. And there's no nations that have any sizable military, like including China, that are willing to support Russia. So exactly how is World War III going to happen when Russia has, for all intents and purposes, already lost? They can't make any offensive action. They're bankrupt. They can't even afford to pay, you know, their soldiers. They can't afford to properly supply them with...
I spoke to Foot Soldier.
With supplies and munitions. The entire world is supporting fucking Ukraine, and nobody's supporting Russia. But, oh yeah, World War III is going to happen. Oh, we're all stepping on eggshells. Fucking stupid.
I spoke to Foot Soldier a while back and the guy just repeated word for word the lies Tate says because a girl came out saying she wasn't beaten and it was rough play. He couldn't believe Tate was guilty. It's mind-blowing how he falls for every grifton online.
Wow. He's stupid. I don't know he'd be like that fucking dumb to actually believe Tate lies. He's stupid as fuck. I think one thing about Foot Soldier 2 is he's a narcissist, so I think he's also prone to take a contrarian opinion, because if he takes the contrarian opinion, then he can convince himself that he's smarter than everybody else. So if you were to say the Earth is round, oh, well, obviously the Earth isn't round, it's flat, because I'm a genius and only geniuses like me can figure it out. I don't think he'd go to the extent of, flat earthism, but I think he's prone to side with people like Andrew Tate and go against the mainstream narrative for that reason, though. Thanks for the donation, W. All right, let's keep watching this shit.
Is not possible. It could happen at any time if we push the envelope a little bit too far. So, open-ended question for you.
It's fucking stupid.
Do you think the proxy war America is playing, this ain't the first time we've done this,
what the fuck does he mean, proxy war? Like, if he thinks supplying a country with vehicles and munitions means you're involved in a proxy war, then, like, literally every war is a proxy war. It's as if... How many fucking countries have completely 100% domestic weapons and munitions production? You're going to have raw materials coming from one country. You're going to have some manufactured parts coming from another country. You're going to have, like, I don't know, computer chips coming from another country. Like, okay, I guess every war is a proxy war, according to you?
We've done it for a long time. Many other countries do it all the time. China does it. Russia does it. It's a thing. You're instigating between two countries. Yes, one, you're representing NATO.
What the fuck do you mean instigating? They already invaded. Like, what do you mean?
Because you're part of NATO. Two, you're anti-Russia. Three, there's some controversy with Ukraine, Burisma.
Gee, anti-Russia. Who the fuck exactly would be pro-Russia? They're a fascist fucking dictator state run by a fucking war criminal. Why the fuck would the United States or anybody be pro-Russia?
Is it transphobic for me not to want to date a trans person? I support trans people's rights, but I just prefer to date a cis woman.
It's not inherently transphobic to not want to date a trans person, but I'm sure there would be potential reasons for why you wouldn't want to that could be considered transphobic. So, like, if one of the reasons why you wouldn't want to date a trans person is because you're afraid of, like, what other people would think of you, or you'd feel personally ashamed for no particular reason, that could be considered transphobic. But if just for no other reason than just pure personal preference, like you're not attracted to them, then that's not transphobic. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
All that other stuff that's going in there. Do you think we are playing with fire that it could lead to possible World War III? Or you're like, nah, it's less than 1% chance?
Well, I would never say that it's less than 1% chance. I'm always worried. And I think it's...
What the fuck? Like, the proper question to ask is, like, what the fuck do you think World War III is? Like, what would constitute a world war?
Complicated. So
because, again, Russia has no allies. Even China is not an ally. They're refusing to supply them with any military aid. They're so desperate for any kind of military aid that they're even going to North Korea, which literally has, like, their highest level of technology matches what the United States had in the 1950s. Like, how would anything be a world war? Like, if anything, this would just be a world fucking gang rape. Like, you just have all the NATO-aligned countries just fuck Russia up the ass if they were to directly intervene.
First of all, honestly, I walked out of that movie thinking, oh my God, Trump cannot be president again. We cannot have a deeply unstable guy as president. And part of the reason was the scene with Truman. And so I don't want to give too much of the movie away, but Truman is kind of flippant, in the movie at least, about using the bomb. And I thought, man, if you have a guy who's not a serious person in that office and is kind of flippant about using the bomb, and next thing you know, the other side launches, and then we're in a world of trouble. Like, trouble we cannot recover from. Now, in terms of the Ukraine war, I have a nuanced opinion on it, and we have had that opinion for a long time on Young Turks.
There's no nuanced opinion. Russia fucking invaded because they're run by a fucking wacko, and everybody should be supporting Ukraine. There's no nuance. Ukraine good, Russia bad.
And it's, number one, we pushed too much in the beginning. Like,
here we go with the fucking pro-Russian sympathizing bullshit.
We pushed NATO too close to Russia.
Okay, so already, by the way, there are border countries that are NATO aligned, so that's fucking bullshit. Why would Ukraine be some unique fucking country where, oh no, you can't be a NATO member, but there's multiple other countries that are bordering Russia? Secondly, there was no fucking agreement to prevent NATO expansion. So sad, too bad. If Russia's intention was to prevent NATO expansion, well, they completely and utterly failed. Why didn't they already negotiate surrender terms? Since now you have, 3 other fucking countries and fucking Ukraine that have either already become NATO members or are going to become NATO members. So now they're getting completely fucking surrounded by NATO. So why the fuck didn't they agree to surrender terms? Why did they even start this war and not just try to negotiate beforehand? The only fucking thing that they were willing to negotiate on with Ukraine, it required Ukraine to completely demilitarize. That should fucking tell you what Russia's intentions were from the very beginning. So it had nothing to do with them worrying about NATO encirclement. And, oh, funny enough, the country that decided to invade was not a NATO-aligned fucking country, because they knew if they'd invade somebody like Poland or Finland or what have you, they would have had to have fought the United States, and they'd get absolutely fucking annihilated. Like this idea that, oh, well, Russia had to do something because of NATO encirclement. Yeah, they had to fucking invade Ukraine before they became a NATO member because they were planning on fucking invading anyway.
And we don't need it. If they had pushed their alliances next to us, we would have flipped out. And we know that for a...
Okay, well, Russia has a fucking history. So first of all, Russia does not have a defensive military agreement like NATO or anything equivalent to NATO. Also, when Russia takes over territory, they literally just claim it's part of Russia. They've done this with parts of China. They've done this with parts of Europe before. So if Russia were to do something like... They're on a completely different continent, but I don't know, let's say Alaska and Russia were like right next to each other. If Russia were to, like, I don't know, take over part of Alaska or something, well, we know what's going to happen next. Russia's just going to try to keep invading, taking over more and more territory. So, like, Russia taking over territory is a lot fucking different than the U.S. having a defensive military agreement.
Fact, because when the Soviets moved anything into Cuba, we nearly went to World War III over it, right? So forget Mexico.
There was threat of a fucking nuclear assault. What the fuck are you talking about?
Cuba, and we almost launched, right? So
Yes, because they were planning on a fucking nuclear assault.
Should not have been pushing that close into Russia. That is a legitimate Russian interest.
Oh, okay, sorry. How the fuck is he comparing the Cuban Missile Crisis to Ukraine becoming a NATO member? And again, if the result of this war is, okay, well, now all the fucking countries circling Russia are going to become NATO members, well, you completely fucking failed. Like, don't you think the United States would change its policy if its response to the Cuban Missile Crisis was, okay, now we're just completely encircled by fucking nuclear arms? Like, don't you think the US would, like, negotiate before that happens or change their policy in some way? Like, if they saw this wasn't working?
Outside of Vladimir Putin. Okay.
Wow,
now,
dude,
having said that,
I didn't realize Young Turks were such massive Russian sympathizers.
We backed away at the end and said Ukraine's not going to be part of NATO. And
they didn't back out. What are you talking about?
I thought that was going to do it, but it turns out no. Putin was always going to invade.
No, so Russia was already. So Ukraine was looking at becoming a NATO member, and Russia only stepped up its attacks against Ukraine to prevent it from becoming a NATO member. That's what was happening. Ukraine reached out to the United States. It wasn't the US that was trying to get Ukraine to become a NATO member. Ukraine wanted to become a NATO member because they knew there was going to be a Russian invasion coming up, and becoming a NATO member would have prevented that. So the partisan attacks that were happening in the Donbass region and in Crimea, that ended up preventing Ukraine from getting NATO membership. Russia saw that that wasn't really being too much of a hindrance, and things were already going in that direction, so they invaded Crimea, and then they did the special military operation because, like, again, Ukraine was dead set on becoming a NATO member because they knew Russia was going to invade, and they just invaded before anything like that could have happened. This idea that, oh, we pushed Russia, go fuck yourself. This is This is like blaming France for getting invaded by Germany.
And so, like Dick Cheney and George Bush were always going to invade Iraq, Putin was always going to invade Ukraine. And since he was going to, it looks like he proved definitively that he was.
Buddy, if you're going to acknowledge this, that Putin was always going to invade Ukraine, then why the fuck did you just mention all this, like, sympathizing bullshit?
Was always going to do that. That to me says the real danger is Putin. And so I'm really worried about putting him in a corner.
Okay, he's lying. He's trying to make you more sympathetic to Russia. If he acknowledges Putin was always going to do this, then there's no need to say any of that fucking nonsense. The common denominator here is Putin, not, oh, the US tried to extend NATO borders too far. Like, fuck you.
Where he thinks I got no way out but to use some weapons that I shouldn't use. And so now, having said that, in my opinion, you can't just leave the Ukrainians to die because this madman invaded them. And
the United States made an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons and Russia attacked, they would help. So, yeah, we kind of had to.
And took over some portion of their territory, etc. So I believe in helping the Ukrainians, but I don't believe in pushing NATO into Ukraine. Now, post-war...
Yeah, you don't believe in a fucking defensive military alliance with Ukraine that would have prevented tens of thousands of fucking deaths, you jackass. By the way, this is the same fucking asshole who denied the Armenian genocide. What a fucking surprise. A fucking a literal Holocaust denier is fucking saying, oh yeah, Ukraine should have never become a part of NATO, which would have prevented tens of thousands of deaths. What a fucking jackass.
Or, of course, it's a tougher ask when the Ukrainians say, well, I mean, these guys invaded us, right? So we got as good a reason to be in NATO as anyone. But that's also a pretty good reason not to have them in NATO, to be honest. And it's that, so that puts it as a very difficult question, not an easy.
Why do you think Ukraine got invaded, jackass? Why not any fucking NATO-aligned country? It's because Ukraine wasn't part of fucking NATO.
I got to follow up for you on that. So you know how, I'll tell you my concern, like conservatives were like capitalists. I'm a capitalist.
Okay, fuck Jank. Yeah, I completely and utterly lost respect for the guy. The guy's literally a Nazi sympathizer at this point.
She has to respect you and love you and want to work with you. And that's done through PIMP, positively inspirational and motivating person. It's through positive energy. There's no negative energy in this business.
He's teaching you the lover boy method of sex trafficking. That's what this video is about. I've already made a whole video breaking this down. It's not a video about teamwork or respecting women just because he adds some sad music. In that same video, he literally teaches you how to lie and scam them out of money.
Tax is also another important element for controlling your woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. So you don't need to pay tax to anybody. But you need to tell your girl that you're paying the tax. Because girls are lazy, and girls are stupid, and girls don't understand how taxes work. So the girl's working with you, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we've made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble. She'll sit there and go, okay. Now that allows you to do two things. One, it's another control element. If I work with him, my tax is not a problem. If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. It's a control element. Secondly, it allows you to pay her a smaller percentage.
Does this sound like the love and respect he talked about in his Twitter video? I would link you to the full video, but 2 days after I posted mine, it was mysteriously taken down. And as Sneeko says,
I've always said this on my stream, if they hide it, then it's the truth. If they have to delete it, then it's the truth.
They then posted a Twitter video that ends with Andrew saying, we would never...
Well, I guess he's going to have to acknowledge that Andrew Tate is in fact a sex trafficker because he has to hide it. Fucking Sneeko is such a pathetic, lying loser. I can't fucking stand the guy. And he's so fucking dishonest too. Like, if you were to catch him in this lie, he'll never acknowledge it.
Never keep you against your will, and then linking to freetopg.com.
If at any point you want to leave, you decided you've had enough and you want to go or you want to leave, it's no problem. You can come to us and just say, these guys, I want to go. You can have a water taxi here in 20 minutes, take you in the water taxi, take you to the airport, you can leave anytime you want. So you're not trapped, you're not enclosed, you're very free to leave anything anytime you like.
So just if you need to leave, any kind of emergency, you don't want to be here anymore, you gotta go tomorrow, just let Georgiano know your flights will be booked, it's all good.
Yeah, sure.
Not trapped, not enclosed.
Totally normal thing to say. The website is just an email list where Andrew writes to you over and over again that he's innocent. No case files, no facts. It's beautifully ironic that the Tates will sit there and cry about things being taken out of context when they're the ones taking everything out of context. Remember what we said about short form content out of long form videos and ignoring all context? That's all you, bro. You're the one saying how it's about TikTok money when it's not.
Here is the official story. In 2021, 2 years ago, my brother and I formed an organized criminal gang with the intent of moving women to Romania so we could steal money from their TikTok accounts.
When Dicot released the messages of the two girls who were trapped and escaped the Tates, Andrew, Tristan, and the War Room were the ones that took a small snippet of the messages out of context and posted them everywhere. For Christ's sake, they took their own video down and then took it out of context to try and make themselves look better. Here's some other annoying lies they've spread that I just have to point out.
Are they accusing you of using violence or?
No. They are. It's in the indictment. They're accusing them of rape and physical violence. The text says it quite plainly. The Tates also like to claim that the victims are on their side. Of the 7 alleged victims, many of which are totally on our side.
And it's very interesting because the girls who they've identified to add to the file are saying that we're not victims of anything and this isn't true.
The two girls that are on their side are Georgiana and Luana, who are also being charged. Again, taking things out of context.
Well, the fact that you're not accused of a sex crime or violence.
It's insane. They're fucking part of the defense. So no shit. Like, he's such a liar. And again, this will sound this will make him sound good to somebody.
How many logs?
Who doesn't know what's going on. Like, if you haven't been following the case, him saying, oh, well, these women who worked for us, who are supposedly part of the sex trafficking ring, they're saying nothing happened. They're literally the ones that were helping him abuse and traffic women. So he does this constantly, and this is going to bite his ass in the actual courtroom.
Hey Gaines, I hate Tate. Did you like my poetry? I want to see my jism leaking out of your bunghole. But only if Jasmine says it's okay. You said Jasmine was going live but she never did. I was waiting to expensively spam her with inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question 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 mark.
Yeah, Jasmine hasn't streamed in a while. She's just not comfortable being on camera. But yes, your poetry is amazing. Thanks for that donation, Minge Flang Gas Hoopany.
How many logs of feces did you get in today? I microwaved 9 fresh floppy brown bars with almond milk to make a poopy soup. It steamed and bubbled and tasted like sulfur and diapers. My parents think I'm weird, but it's my shit. I'll microwave it if I want.
Well, haven't pooped yet, so haven't had an opportunity.
Look at this shit. My friend watches this guy, and believes it. Can you please review a few minutes and give your thoughts? Link is below. Fast forward to 20 minutes 45 seconds. Also, say my name 3 times, please.
I'm not going to do that, but I'll look at this.
Your guy. He's not the guy for this time in history, folks. I'm sorry. I'm sure a lot of you like him. I'm sorry. He's not your guy. We have one fighter in this fight, and it's Trump or Sancho. All right. Former Assistant FBI Director Biden's involvement in Hunter's business deals is a slam dunk bribery case. Joe Biden's involvement in his son Hunter Biden's foreign business deals is a slam dunk bribery case, according to former Assistant FBI Director Christopher Swecker. I had a friend named Swecker.
What do you want me to react to? Like, conservatives have been trying to draw a link between Hunter Biden's criminal actions and Joe Biden. They haven't been able to, so okay, whatever. Like, if he gets indicted for some of this shit, if he is complicit in some of these crimes, sure, I don't care. There's no point in watching that.
React. And a harda. You harda.
I'm not watching that.
You harda. You.
Dude, this is a like almost a year-old video. We've already seen it. Thanks for that donation though, dude.
I say it, Tucker's a retard and should stay far away from this case. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, the fact that you're not accused of a sex crime or of violence, which I think most people don't really understand.
Yep.
And they can look it up.
Tucker, you need to look it up. This guy's an idiot. I think Andrew and Tristan Tate are going out in a bit of a pathetic way. They now go on all these podcasts and interviews sniveling, acting all confused. It's so beta when less than a year ago they were proud, bragging about what they've done.
They said, no, but you're a human trafficker via the lover boy method. I said, what's that? It's where you pretend to love them. So what, being nice? So I was nice to some girls 10 years ago?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how their weird-ass, like, bullshit gaslighting, has changed a little. They went from just mentioning the lover boy method to then adding some extra details that are just stupid, like, they're saying I was nice to these girls so they'd make TikTok videos for me, like, making it just sound more ridiculous.
Is that my crime? Maybe I did love them. But we're not together anymore, so what? I pretended? Who said I pretended? Prove I pretended to love. And then what did I pretend to love them to achieve?
I was all about trying to get paid. Like I used sex as a tool to make women love me so they'd obey me and live in my house to make me money.
You got Paul or Nate Diaz. Paul's a much stronger, bigger dude. So I think he definitely has the advantage when it comes to knockout power. If this is a boxing match. And the benefit Nate has is he's tough as shit. He has really tough chin and his cardio is absolutely better. I don't think he's really going to be able to knock out Jake Paul. He's never really had knockout power, but he might be able to just wear him down. And then either win by points or like just exhaust him to a point where he can't really defend himself. Jake has more boxing experience at this point though, so I don't know.
That's what I wanted.
The case against me is that I pretended to love girls to make them do TikTok for money.
I get called a pimp a lot, but and the reason I use the term is because I don't see it as a negative term.
If you would have taken that deal and taken that money, you would have been happy for a week. But 2 months in, when you hear the story of some poor guy who lost his house from gambling, you feel like a piece of shit.
I had these guys selling their houses, life savings, loans, all of it to me. Give me it all. So like, and it's basic shit, right? You'd have a guy.
Feel bad or no?
Fuck no. Give a solitary fuck.
Did you tell like
I don't give a fuck. And so would I if I did this stuff. I have a conscience. That's the whole thing about this. They have to attack our morality on a level and destroy our to the point where we don't have a conscience. You have to have no conscience.
Yeah, I think Mike Tyson's innocent. I don't think he ever raped that woman. She was after his money, and you could see in interviews beforehand, like, she was lying and being super manipulative and controlling, and Mike clearly had a lack of experience with women, especially like really, dominant, savvy women like that. I don't think he ever did anything.
To sell your sanity. You have to be
especially considering he's this like really big, scary boxer and shit. I'm sure there was a lot of bias in the courtroom against him.
Bad person.
I know you don't feel bad at all.
Why the fuck would I care?
I don't feel bad.
The interview he did, I don't know if I can find it on YouTube, but what he said about it when he got out of jail, holy crap, it was savage. Mike Tyson. Yeah.
This is just a lying, reptilian, monstrous young lady. I just hate her guts, and she put me in that state where I don't know. I really wish I did now, but now I really do want to rape her and her mama. I know you don't like to hear that, but
No, I don't
I'm
like
in
to
that
hear that.
state.
I admit I don't like to hear that. Mike Tyson.
Like, holy fuck, dude. Yeah, so after he got out, he was like, yeah, you know what? I fucking hate her. Now I really wish I did rape her and her fucking mom. Like, holy crap. I don't know. Just everything about the whole case. I think he's innocent. Nobody's really going to know the real answer, but I don't think he did it.
Have you reacted to this yet? Link below. Sorry if you already reacted. Also, say my name once.
Let me see. Yeah, she does not look well. Like, especially when you're that underweight, like, if you get what would normally be relatively mild infections, like a flu, you can die. And especially since, like, COVID's, running around, where it can give you respiratory issues, heart issues, like, could have easily just killed her. I only ate raw food, starved to death. What am I supposed to be looking at?
But does it?
Okay, thanks for the donation.
Owens recently did a 3-hour-long.
So, thank you. So I never sold out. And if I had, I don't think any of this would happen. I think this is punishment for not selling my soul. I them so they listen to me. So I can get what I actually want.
Wholesome. Fawn saved from the rain.
Baby D, you're cute. Thanks for that, Nation Ray. Yeah, I heard she didn't drink any water and she'd get, like, their only source of water would be fruit. I've seen some raw foodists who do that. They're stupid as fuck. It's highly likely that she just had sudden cardiac death because the dehydration and the weird diet where I'm sure her mineral and electrolyte, balance might have been off. She might have just, or her heart might have just stopped and it didn't start beating again. She died.
Which is not them. It's a means to an end. Every single Bond girl was exploited. That's exactly
That is not true.
what I do.
You're not a victim. Look how willingly he's able to cry, lie, and manipulate to try and garner sympathy. It's pathetic. Tristan is out here bragging about making his kids' lives worse.
You have the kid. She knows Tristan Tate doesn't take shit. And I had to, and this is actually good. I wouldn't, I guess, admit this on a live, but I had to downgrade one of the mothers of my kids from the house she was living in. I needed her to understand that you do not fuck with me. And she was living in a 4-bedroom rented house and I was paying the rent.
These people are such fucking losers. Like, you hear this shit about, like, single mothers and crap. And they talk bad about single mothers, and then here they are, where they're pieces of shit. They're clearly the ones responsible for their failed relationships. And they don't even really take care of their own fucking kids. They'll just... How the fuck does anybody look up to people like this?
And all the bills, I pay everything. I said, okay, you know what? You want to fuck with me in that way? That's cool. You have 30 days to get out of that house. Here's your new apartment, 2 bedrooms. Well, what do you mean? Now your child doesn't have a garden to play in. Well, that's your fault. That is not my fault. Take her to the fucking park. I don't take shit. So it's never going to get to that level where they think, oh, well, let me call the U.S. Embassy. And because he's a citizen, maybe I can, because they know the consequence. It's not going to turn out good for them or me or anybody.
This is now my 3rd video on the Tate Files, and I expect more information to keep coming out as the trial draws near. And yes, I expect it to only get worse. So subscribe.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some more Tate mints. Tate is human fucking garbage. He is so bad. I didn't hear about the like torture thing where he'd like make these girls get breast implants and then if they didn't make enough money or some shit, he'd like pull out their stitches. That's so fucked.
You made the argument that this was standard practice. I know from personal experience it's not standard practice, and I know from every woman that has ever spoken being in these industries it's not standard practice, but you are right in a way, you just don't realize how you're correct. In a way, what he's doing is standard practice. It is incredibly standard practice for pimping. And if you watch any interviews with a pimp, if you watch the terminology that Andrew Tate uses, if you see the entire guide that he had on his Cobra PhD website that's now taken down, that I've linked to an internet archive of, if you read any of the statements there, that is a guide on how to pimp. Terminology that he uses like bottom, the idea of bringing in one woman to lure another woman in to work for you, the idea of having women that think that they're part of a relationship with you and then moving them to another country to trafficking, all of that is standard practice, but it's standard practice for pimping. So you don't have any examples of any studios anywhere.
This guy is a piece of shit. He's pro child rape. He thinks girls that are aged like 5, 6, whatever, should be able to be married off and be raped after they've been forcibly wed to some like adult.
That do their content like this, despite you saying it's standard practice and that you imagine it so. I don't know why you're imagining about that. Sounds like it would be haram or something. But yeah, the idea that this is standard practice, you can't think of anybody that does it. I know that that's not true. I just named you like 3 or 4 different organizations that have women that do this that aren't managed in that way. And everything you're saying is standard practice, but it's standard practice in regards to pimping.
Yeah, I mean, I just find it funny how you mentioned like 2 main companies and one of them was involved in a major scandal of violations of ethics.
It had nothing to do with trafficking.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt. Also, there are many people who complain about being exploited by Pornhub. You can just Google it. I was exploited by Pornhub, and these are quote unquote independent creators. Like just Google someone like Mia Khalifa who says that I was exploited by Pornhub.
So there's a big difference between exploitation and being a victim of a crime. So like so when Tate sex traffics somebody, that's a lot different than Mia Khalifa not having the I guess just fucking common sense and smarts to either negotiate her pay or hire a attorney or what is it? Manager to negotiate her pay and contract. What a fucking idiot. This is like basically saying, oh, I got exploited working at Amazon. I wasn't paid enough for all the work I was doing. And comparing that to getting like locked in a fucking burning building and your workplace not following, fire safety standards and then getting horrifically fucking burned. Like, this guy's a fucking idiot.
There's plenty of testimony from these former actresses who say that I was exploited by these companies.
Did any of them say that they were moved to another country and forced to work in a basement?
Or they said they were exploited. They said that they were coerced.
Yeah,
they said that
they
were preyed upon by these companies. Yeah,
preyed upon or coerced how?
All of those statements. Ask them. They're saying that they were.
You're the one citing them, so I'm asking you.
They were promised all kinds of celebrity status and all kinds of riches. They were lured into the pornographic industry at a young age, at 18 years old, and they didn't know better. And they are arguing that these companies are all exploitative.
Okay. So we just have nothing on Andrew Tate. Do you think that sex trafficking is even real? Is that like a real crime ever?
Yeah, it's real. If you go grab someone off the street and you put them in a truck and you drive them to Mexico and you sell them into sex slavery where they're chained to a radiator, yeah, that's human trafficking.
Idiot.
But by offering someone a position in a lucrative business, I think it's haram. I think it's completely immoral. I disavow cam girl business or pornography. But according to Western law, that's not considered human trafficking. That's not illegal. It's only when you start broadening the definition of what constitutes fraud and what constitutes coercion. Like, oh, you said that you would marry her, but you didn't marry her, so therefore you sex trafficked her. Like, this is the kind of evidence, quote unquote.
Yeah, that's obviously not what happened. If it were the case that Andrew Tate, say, had an intention of marrying her, but I don't know, when they started living together, things just didn't work out that way, and then he wanted to have like a more professional relationship, tried to convince her to do like sex work on cam, that would probably be legal. Where it becomes sex trafficking is this being deliberate manipulation to take away somebody's agency and put them in a situation where they're forced to do something. So him deliberately lying about being in love with them, lying about wanting to be married to lure them to that country, then breaking down their family and friend relationships so that they don't really have like a home to come back to, so they feel isolated, putting them in a situation where they're completely financially dependent off of you, and then using things like physical threats and violence to make them do what he wants. Like, yeah, that all is sex trafficking.
That you have against Andrew Tate.
Well, no, my evidence is him.
I didn't see Perspective Philosophy's debate reaction. I don't watch him. I think he's like kind of stupid and crazy, so there's no point in watching his content.
We can watch another clip if you want about how he talks
about how he scams. He's giving a guide about his cam business. Like, that's standard practice for
standard practice for pimping. What you said earlier was not true.
Is pornography not pimping?
No.
Is pornography not pimping?
Because you're not lying or deceiving or coercing the women into it. If you are, then it could be a form of pimping. But
honest pimps.
Saying that there can be honest pimps, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah. And thankfully, even in the Romanian criminal code, even if somebody that you have pimped has said you're not pimping, that has no impact on whether or not you get charged with sex trafficking or not. You said earlier that it was standard practice. You said it was standard practice in business willingness to deceive or lie to your employees or to lie about other things, that's not standard practice in business
I said
either.
there's a veil of dishonesty.
There is not
There's
a veil of dishonesty. That's not true. And depending on how you lie, you can get prosecuted for that. I don't know what you mean by veil of dishonesty. And whatever veil of dishonesty you think you can come up with, by the way, if you were to fire an employee for discussing wages with another employee, pretty sure you can get in big trouble for that. If you want to talk about like a veil of dishonesty, that's fine that maybe they aren't completely forthcoming with some things, but that's far different than saying that I bring a woman intentionally to deceive the other woman in order to get her to work a sex business for me. I don't know I don't know what world you can live in where
So
you
think
listen
that
to him say that.
these women are coming to first of all, Andrew Tate is inviting them to come to Romania. They don't know who Andrew Tate is. They don't know that he's a multimillionaire.
bullshit.
They don't know how he's got his money. They don't know his involvement with other women because he's
Yeah, right. The guy who has a multi-million-dollar sports car. How would they know if he's a millionaire? Like, there's just no way they'd know.
He's posting about it constantly on his social media. They go to Romania, they see a house with 70 women, and they don't realize, oh, I wonder what's going on here. What is this? Oh my God, I'm completely surprised. You fooled me, Andrew, about the nature of your living and how you live your life. Like, that's the kind of naivete that you think that women.
Like, oh my God. These women clearly understood that he had a relationship with other women. It's just that these girls were fine with him having casual sexual relationships with other women. He'd have to downplay his relationship with these other girls, particularly Georgiana, to make it seem as though, he wasn't in love with anybody else. So this guy is just a fucking... I hate these Tate fucking apologists and fanboys. They're so fucking cancerous.
No, it's not naivete at all.
They're like childlike, ignorant, naive. They can't even make these kinds of basic conclusions that any normal person would immediately be able to understand. And anyway, when they get to Romania, they can leave.
Like, by the way, he's saying these people are extremely naive, then wouldn't that, like, suggest they're being lied and manipulated then? Like, any sensible, like, if you're a fucking properly functioning human being, you can kind of tell, if you're talking to somebody who is, a bit smarter and knows what's going on. Like, if you're talking to, an 8-year-old child and you're asking them, about, like, some kind of meaningful decision they're going to have to make, you're going to, take more time to explain to them, okay, these are the benefits, these are the downsides, like, what do you think you want? Whereas if you're talking to an intelligent adult who you'd assume would kind of already know the, costs and benefits of something, like, you're not going to spend the extra time making sure they're aware of everything. Like, if you're talking to somebody who, in this scenario is so naive, oh, they're not going to know if Tate's, like, a millionaire or if he has, like, a relationship with all these women. Like, you'd be able to fucking tell, right? And it would kind of be Tate's responsibility to some degree to make sure, like, he's not taking advantage of these girls' naivete or, lack of intelligence or what have you. Like, oh, just because they're stupid, it's okay to take advantage of them? Like, okay, well, I guess when Nigerian scammers steal your fucking grandmother's, like, credit card info? Oh, well, I guess it's on your grandmother. Like, what is she, a fucking idiot?
He's not chaining them up. He's not locking them up. You could say that, oh, he took their passport. Okay, just go out in the street. You don't know the language, so what? Just you're a beautiful young woman. Say, oh, help me, help you.
Oh, well, I guess the 9-year-old kid just wanted to get beaten with a belt. Like, I mean, he could have left any time, right? He could have gone to the police. I guess, like, children want to get beaten and abused by their parents because the door was open. They could have left. They go outside every time they go to the school, right? Like, yeah, because you can't create situations where people are, like, dependent off of you and create situations where people are kind of psychologically caged.
help me, help me. You don't think people in Romania care enough to help someone who is asking for their help and screaming that, oh, I'm being held against my will, please help me. Like, this is just so implausible, like this kind of
so none of this is implausible. So when you say that like they just show up and they see 70 women, that's not how it works. Who they're allowed to see, where they're allowed to go, who they're allowed to hang out with is all incredibly carefully controlled for. We know this because there were logs leaked by the prosecution that shows Andrew Tate talking to Vivian, telling her like, hey, show this girl to this place, take this girl to this area. We know this because in Tristan's God Mode podcast, he talks about how you can have 5, 6, 7, and 8 different women at the same time by scheduling different times of the day to be with them so that every single one of them feels like they're special and unique to you. He's got a whole podcast. We watched the entire thing where he gives tips on how to manage multiple women at the same time. And we know that there were explicit threats made that if women weren't making enough money for them, one was Andrew Tate saying that that somebody would be thrown out the window. Another claim was another woman tried to leave and they said, you're not allowed to leave this place ever unless you go with either Vivian or one of the 2 security that are here. So no, women were forced to be there. We've got a third party. I can't verify that, but a third party.
That force? Where was the force?
I went to the skate park today and kicked ass on my blades. Skaters are cool people. Also fuck you stupid and dumb snitched snurgis began banes my pussy and balls LLLLLLL snog poop go shut screen is foreskin twisty boner LLLL.
Well, that sounds like fun. Glad you enjoyed yourself. I've been to a fair number of skate parks, and you can run into some fucking dickheads at skate parks. There's a lot of skateboarders who are just toxic as fucking shit, but thanks, non-wib.
All you mentioned is like deception. All you mentioned
the force is somebody saying that the force is that you're not.
Yeah, funny coming from a Muslim, deception is just perfectly morally fine. Really tells you a lot about their belief system.
Not allowed to leave the house, or else we're gonna throw you out of the balcony. Or the force is that like you.
Where's that? Where's the proof of that? Where did Andrew Tate say you're not allowed to leave the house? Otherwise, we're gonna throw you off the balcony. That's like a threat of assault and possibly homicide.
Sure. So in one of the hold on, I can find the balcony quote if you want.
It's funny how he doesn't even believe it.
While you're looking for that, you can look at thedailybeast.com, sexual coercion epidemic.
Daily Beast? Are you kidding me? Like, he links to the Daily Beast as a source of information. Oh my god.
Exploitation, coercion,
what does any of this have to do with what we're talking?
Yeah, what does an art?
Woke Burgess tried to debate Destiny on Florida's based slave history education curriculum. Woke got clowned on. Bro, read the comments. Not one person thinks you won the debate. Only you do.
Don't care.
Read
That's
the
great.
comments.
Thanks for the donation. I don't read comments when I know they're just going to trigger me. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Article about have to do with the cam business.
We're not talking about. We're not talking about the cam business.
We're not talking about at all.
No, we're not. We're not talking about the cam business either. We're talking about Andrew Tate and sex trafficking. So here was one of the conversations that were recorded. This has to do with the policewoman that was arrested alongside the Tate brothers, and it has to do with another woman that was doing work for them. Let's see. RL is the policewoman. You're free tonight to sleep. Do not waste time, so that you can be rested for tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday for the weekend. The other woman, not the victim, but another one of the pimp helpers is, so clearly there is no longer a problem with recovery. And then the victim says, you mean? But I didn't say I'm not going in today at all. And then the policewoman says, well, how much do you have to recover so far? Don't lie to me because you didn't do anything today. And then Andrew Tate says, did you tell the new hooker that you made a lot of money? The second part of this conversation is they talk about.
Is this from a video or a
these report? Are logs that have been released from the prosecution. I can go ahead and link you this right here.
Donate tellers play Endling today and watch.
You're trying to say that there's no such thing as free will, and that everything I do is a. I'm
not trying to say that. I'm saying I don't know.
No, but that's what you're implying.
I'm saying it could be.
Yeah, being agnostic is not an implication that free will doesn't exist. You're just saying you're not sure if it does or it doesn't.
That's what you're implying. And I know what you're implying. You're implying the idea that.
I'm saying it could be.
No, but you're implying it that. See.
Like, by the way, there's no actual evidence for free will other than, oh, well, I feel like I have free will. Doesn't really mean anything. In order to really have a I don't know exactly how an experiment to prove you have free will would look like, but I would imagine if you were able to make like a simulation where you could perfectly simulate like every atom, molecule, like everything going on in somebody's brain and present them like a choice. I don't know, it could be, I don't know, a choice between two sandwiches or anything. And if you ran that exact same simulation under the exact same circumstances and the choice was different, you might have to even under the exact same conditions, if you ran the simulation over and over and over again, that would suggest that there might actually be some kind of free will. Because if the exact circumstances of the simulation came up with different results each time, or maybe you do end up seeing some different results, even though like maybe it might be skewed to one side, like you choose right 90% of the time but left 10% of the time. That would maybe suggest that free will does exist, because even under the same set of circumstances, you just chose differently. But like, it's very likely that we don't have any free will, because I mean, if you are going to make the same choice given the same set of circumstances every single time, that would strongly suggest determinism. Because if if you're always going to make the same choice given a specific set of circumstances, then you're not really choosing for yourself, are you? And by the way, like, they have to believe in something stupid like free will, because there's no other way to justify things like suffering or heaven and hell and crap like that.
What you're implying is that whatever I do is a result of something in the past, yeah?
Yeah, there's a million causes why
using your logic, when a man rapes a child, yeah, he's not responsible for what he's doing because it's just a product of his past.
Well, they're not necessarily saying it's a product. Like, it's a weird way of saying it, but yes, essentially, that doesn't mean there shouldn't be some sort of action made against these people to protect other people or the victim or whatever. But yes, ultimately, since free will doesn't exist and he committed this rape because a variety of like factors, like genetics, upbringing, what he was exposed to, this and that, like, again, if you were to run an experiment where you had this person's exact same brain, exact same upbringing, were in the exact same set of circumstances, would you have done anything different? Like, chances are you would have done the exact same thing. So, like, by the way, this isn't an argument against the idea that free will doesn't exist. This is just him trying to appeal to people's emotions, thinking that, oh yeah, that's kind of gross to say, like, you know, child rapists shouldn't be held responsible. Like, that's not what he's saying.
No, that's where it goes. That's where it goes. No, it doesn't, because if it's just mechanical chain reaction, yeah, then there's nothing he could do to avoid doing what he did.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a terrible conclusion.
No, but unfortunately, that's where.
By the way, there's a bit of a contradiction in this guy's set of beliefs, because if God is all-knowing, that would also mean he would know the future, right? So if God knows the future, then how could free will exist if he already knows every outcome? Because if he'd know every outcome, then supposedly there would be no choice. If choice existed, then that would be something that has, like, it's kind of like Schrodinger's cat. Like, if it hasn't happened yet, you wouldn't know. So I really want to debate these people on some of these topics because, like, religion is so stupid.
We might not want to.
Maui says hi. Speaking of that orange cat, what type of stream is the best stream to donate videos of him? Like, obviously now is not a good time. When are the best times? Also, I noticed you were playing Stray, are you doing that again?
There's never a bad time to send me cat videos, but I don't know, we'll see what games we'll play tonight. I haven't really decided yet. I was kind of leaning towards this one, like, horror type game that I got. I forgot the fucking name. It's like 2D-ish. Signalis. Yeah, I was leaning towards Signalis. Thanks for the donation though, Ethan, now. And I guess hello Meowie. Say tell Maui I said hi.
I show too much of the bottom part there, but without too many curse words here, sir. What are your thoughts?
I don't have friends. I don't have family.
He's honest. He cares about kids. He cares about guns. He cares about our country.
Trump is mean.
Right now, my rights are being denied.
Trump is not somebody who will protect your firearms rights. I don't know why anybody says that.
The FBI.
I'm a proud Polish person.
He tells the truth, never lies.
I'm old. You can see I'm old. I'm older.
We need to get down on our hands and knees and pray for this man to get into office.
Trump has a big mouth. We all have big mouths. Right, people? Trump! Trump! Trump!
None of these are funny.
We're scared. We're scared. We're scared of an Obama presidency, and I'll tell you why. I'm concerned about someone that cohorts with domestic terrorists such as Ayers.
I have to tell you, he is a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared as President of the United States. Now, I just...
You can say a lot of horrible things about McCain, but he's not a lying piece of crap. Like, he has some, like, pretty shitty political beliefs, but he's not, like, actually actively trying to ruin people for his own benefit, like most Republicans. So, yeah, I have a lot more respect for somebody like McCain over, like, Trump or practically anybody else in the Republican Party. He's just not the kind of guy to slander a political opponent and, like, make up some bullshit like he's a terrorist or a Muslim or something or wasn't born here.
Now look, I
got to ask you a question. I do not believe in, I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not. No?
No, ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about. He's not. Thank you.
It's pretty funny, the stark contrast between him and Trump. Like, where he's actually not a complete asshole and is fair to his political rivals.
Lamau, you're triggered by words, and you wonder why nobody wants to debate you? You're the same woke SJW retards that you used to debate when you weren't retarded. Bill Ballinger summed it up the best. That's why you want to debate a literal 9-year-old.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that donation, 21st Savage. Yeah, McCain actually served, too. When he was drafted into Vietnam, he actually served, whereas Trump tried to come up with bullshit excuses and wiggle his way out of it. it gonna fucking play? There we go.
This sounded good to my ears. Snitched snurgis 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 snitched.
Yeah, that does sound pretty good. Thanks for that donation, non-wib. Cumbucket donated $2. Did you hear about the streamer Neon getting jumped? Pretty sure it's fake, but it's Vidiv. This little Indian kid getting picked on. And even Andrew Tate reacted to it.
Hey, look whose shoes we got. Got his ass lacking. Come on, bro. Got his ass lacking. Hey, go, Seth. I'm a bitch. Yeah, you a...
Was that even real? It's an old vid. I know about that. Thanks for that donation, dude. Dodo Tellers, you missed Hamza Den's last arena stream. You weren't on. Also play Endling. Also, when is your debate with Kid? Check your email.
That has been
He said he has time Saturday, so we'll probably try to schedule things for Saturday. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
a breakthrough in cancer cure.
There's some really stunning data coming out of this.
There's probably not a breakthrough cancer cure.
Tumors are gone with no chemo, no radiation, no surgery.
We just might be closer to stopping cancer.
For years, the momentum.
I would pretty much guarantee that there probably will be essentially a universal cure to cancer within our lifetime. I think what's going on right now, though, is a bit overhyped.
Momentum has been building, and now there is this. Potential cancer breakthrough as groundbreaking pill annihilates all types of solid tumors in early study. Quote, scientists have developed a holy grail cancer drug that kills all solid cancer tumors while leaving other cells unharmed. The new molecule targets a protein present in most cancers that helps tumors grow and multiply in the body. It is significant because this protein, the proliferating cell nuclear antigen PCNA, was previously thought to be undruggable. The drug was tested on 70 different cancer cells in the lab.
Yay, debate with Kid on Saturday. You better record it, don't live stream, cause he'll check her channel and leave if he sees you live. Maybe. Also, I won't be here, so you have to record it so I can see it later.
Well, we'll see. I'll probably stream it live. I don't think you'd have a problem with it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, so these appear to just be in vitro experiments.
Including those derived from breast, prostate, brain, ovarian, cervical, skin, and lung cancer, and was effective against them all. The pill is the culmination of 20 years of research and development by the City of Hope Hospital in Los Angeles, one of America's largest cancer centers.
Way too early to be making claims like this. It's really not even worth reporting on. I do think there will be a cure for cancer in our lifetimes, but it's too early to say if this is really a big deal. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Kaka cuckoo pee pee. Hate it when I roll over the blanket. Ugh.
One of the stupidest motherfuckers ever, an old adversary of yours. He legitimately justifies and cheers on the Tulsa, Oklahoma race massacre and lies about its history. No joke. Skip to 1545.
So wait.
So atheism is unstoppable, Devin. He became more and more racist as his channel went on, especially towards the end, and he was literally supporting... he was literally making videos supporting the apartheid. He also made video after video, basically, justifying any and all police brutality to the point where he literally said, like, black people should just get, like, cops should literally do entire sweeps of black neighborhoods where they just beat the shit out of black people just to intimidate them and, like, dissuade crime by just using fascist totalitarian force. He became a literal fucking Nazi. He's a piece of shit.
A hail of bullets from these defenseless bleeps, and 10 whites are dead on the street, and 2 blacks? Oh, hell no. And so that's when the friggin' Peaky Blinders of Tulsa, Oklahoma got together. Guys like that, or as white people like to say, that, brought their guns out and marched right into Little Africa and said, no, you motherfuckers, we ain't going out like that. You're not going to march into the town square and kill 10 white men and not expect some re-fucking percussions. And I just made up that word.
That is fucking insane. That's not what happened.
Re-fucking percuss. And so that's when the fire started, and that's when the firestorm started, where they started shooting back and fighting back, and rightfully so. So get it through your munchkin brain, Destiny, that the Tulsa race riots had nothing to do with white people bad, racism bad, or black people, what if they had guns? They had a shit ton, and they used them, and they got their ass kicked. That has been a history lesson from me and my history degree. I'm Devin.
Yeah, he's a white supremacist. Fuck him. Glad he's off the internet. Hope he's rotting in a hole.
Okay, well, if you stream it live you have to save the stream after cuz I might miss it. Also, obviously he's not gonna debate at 11 PM cuz his bedtime is probably 8 PM and I won't be on then, so save it. Plaza. And why are people in chat saying the kid is probably me? WTF?
Yes, I will be sure to do that, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
Destiny lost. If Rhonda Sanctimonious made white hooded cloaks required school uniforms, Destiny would be like, so? They use uniforms in other places. Only debate him like this now.
Yeah, he, fucking... He makes up the most insane excuses.
No. What's wrong? It's my ex-boyfriend, Trevor.
That's Trevor? Let's go.
So what do you think you're going, my woman?
I'm not your woman anymore, Trevor.
Hey, I'm talking to him. So, I hear some real hot shot on your feet. You think you're the man, don't you?
I get mine.
So let's see who the hot dancer is. You and me, right here, right now.
Look, man, we don't even have to get into that, alright?
Yeah, we do. I'm about to put you to shame.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You get 4 tries, chump.
I don't know if Destiny would agree to a dance-off. Might be too gay even for him. Thanks for the donation though, Quest. $2, are you going to play Life is Strange 2? It doesn't look that good, but I don't know, when you started playing Life is Strange, I thought it was bad, but then it went on and it got really good. Also, you need to play a good game today. Yeah, I think I'll play Signalis. I don't know if I'll get Life is Strange 2. It's gotten good reviews, but I don't know. Thanks for the nation, Dodo.
Every kiss begins with K. I'm a lovin' it. You're gonna like the way you look, I guarantee it. Eat fresh. Hot eats, cool treats, we treat you right. Where a kid can be a kid. Pizza pizza. What can Brown do for you? Magically delicious. Snap into a Slim Jim.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
If you want.
Yeah, so logs are not these kinds of logs are highly selective. We have to see the entire context of the conversations that are happening. You can't just take a quote from a WhatsApp message and say that, oh, this is evidence that he is threatening assault. And
Okay, so when he says, so one of the statements by the police ladies was, punch yourself in the mouth until I arrive, because then I'll give you another 10, you incurable slacker. I'm going to break you when I get there. The victim says, what did I do? She says, you have 1 hour and 10 minutes to disappear. But what did I do? Better said, what did you do yesterday for an hour? You're 20% down, 4 days since you posted. And then another lady says, I'm waiting for the money from yesterday. And then the police lady says, if Andrew looks to see if you've posted TikToks, you won't have time to pack. You're flying off the balcony straight away.
so the policewoman said that.
Yes.
So Andrew Tate did not say that.
They're all part of the same criminal enterprise.
Yes,
the policewoman that works
part of the criminal enterprise.
You're
quoting the policewoman. The policewoman said, "You better pack up, otherwise he's going to throw you off the balcony."
Oh, you don't know anything about this case at all. Policewoman is one of the people arrested. You don't even know who was arrested with Andrew Tate. You have no idea what you're talking about. I just realized that.
I can't even tell if you're talking about the police, a police report, or what.
Yeah, so these are the people that Andrew Tate is convincing with his gaslighting bullshit videos. People who know nothing about the fucking case.
Never mind.
You're just reading a line. I don't know what it's from.
You asked me to read the logs, but I just realized you don't even know who's arrested with the person.
I asked you to show me the proof.
I did show you the proof. I literally linked you the things
you said
right
that
here.
Policewoman said it, not Andrew Tate.
No, they're all part of the same criminal enterprise, though. That's part of what they're being charged for. Was the criminal organization.
Andrew Tate, right? That's what you keep referring to. We're talking about
the
Andrew
debate
Tate.
is about Andrew Tate and sex
Yeah,
trafficking.
okay.
Sex trafficking. Sex trafficking typically requires an organization to do it. This is Andrew Tate's organization. There are other logs that show the hierarchy of said organization and how these women report to Andrew Tate. We can go over those logs as well, but I don't think you're familiar with any of these things.
No, all you're doing is citing. I don't know where these documents are coming from.
They're
where
logs
these
leaked,
messages are
chat
coming
logs
from.
leaked from the prosecution.
Yeah, the prosecution. Wow, I wonder, if they're giving the entirety of these messages, entirety of these statements that are being made. How can you?
I really hope this guy does not live long. He is such a lying asshole.
Have you gotten into any new internet beefs lately?
No. I mean,
No,
other
not
than Nico stuff, I guess that might be new to you, but that's not even really a beef. It's just we have a laugh at him every now and then.
Yeah, it's just, man, wild stuff, huh? What's the latest with Tate? I'm sure that you, as a
was it weird me bringing that up? I'm pretty sure you guys are friends or something, right?
No, I've met him once. That's it. Destiny's the one that's brother with him.
With who?
Because I saw a picture, and I've seen a few pictures of you at dinners with people, and normally, like, your legs are crossed, but
Donate $2. Are you going to watch DeSantis versus Newsom debate? Newsom is the California governor. He challenged DeSantis debate like 2 months ago. Now DeSantis is desperate to win the primary, so accepted. Well, that's not exactly what's going on. DeSantis knows he's a fucking idiot. So he was avoiding doing interviews with anybody who'd give him the least amount of pushback. He was also dodging debates, but because his popularity is going down in the polls so much, he needs to make these riskier sort of public appearances So that's the only reason he's doing this. It's because he's desperate for attention. And he's just basically praying to his non-existent God that he does well.
You heard Gavin.
I'll be sure to watch that.
Make the offer. Your answer is?
Absolutely. I'm game. Let's get it done. Just tell me when and where.
Dude, this guy is going to rape his mind. Holy shit. Gavin Newsom's a pretty sharp dude. He's going to fucking obliterate DeSantis. Thanks for the nation, though, Dodo.
When you were eating dinner with Sneeko, your legs were wide open, so that's why I thought. Maybe
Are you trying to pull, what's that guy's name? The fucking green and red lines? Don't be trying to pull that bullshit on me, all right? I'm pretty sure there's no science to the
body language.
Yeah, that shit. What is that? What was that guy's name?
Like Rivolo or something weird?
Yeah, he's like, this shit's funny as, yeah.
Well, it's only funny until you realize there are people that actually believe it as like a real 100% science thing.
Yeah, I think I think it definitely is a tool you can use. I don't think it's always right, but I think in this case it felt pretty accurate. I felt like you were close to Sneeko in that moment.
I was close. Well, I was close physically to him. We were sitting next to each other.
All right, listen. Okay, but yes, you wanted to ask me about something else since you don't want to talk about it.
Oh yeah, Andrew Tate. You've been following that. Well, I assume so because you brought it up before. What do you think's going to happen there? And if you were a betting man, do you think he's just like going to go to jail for 10 plus years type of thing?
Think that they're definitely going to charge him. I would be very surprised if they just let him go because then they would be
that would be
stock.
wild.
Yeah, like I would even laugh at them if they just let this man walk after this whole detention portion. If they were not pressing charges, I would have a huge laugh.
Yeah.
So I imagine charges are going to be brought. I think it really depends. The women being released way earlier, I thought was interesting. I wonder if they flipped.
Wait. The police officer lady and the other lady have been released?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Am I not right about this? They've been released a while ago.
I just read that 4 hours ago they got extended for another 30 days. So that's
that's Andrew Tate and them. I don't think the women.
Yeah, no.
Wait.
Yeah. What probably happened was that they signed a plea deal. They may still be part of the defense, but they agreed to cooperate with the prosecution, so they'll get a reduced sentence. That's probably what happened.
Wait, does anybody in chat know about this? Did I miss this?
I feel like now here's the problem.
They're on house arrest. Okay, sorry, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's different, right? They probably don't have the resources that Tate does, though. Like, if you let Tate out for 5 minutes and he goes to fucking Dubai or something, like, that's it. And also, like, you as, like, a Romanian official, it's like a major black eye on your country. Like, this dude cucked you, and you know he's going to be on the fucking internet saying how he punked Romanian authorities and no one should... Like, you can't... Basically, they can't let him go.
Yeah.
Like, and that's because Tate fucked himself so much by doing this shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then again, his whole thing is built on that type of stuff. So I don't know. I don't know what you do, man.
Yeah, they had him also on tape, I think, recently from a jail cell phone trying to get politicians to put pressure on the whole system by offering them votes the next election. So that also didn't work in their favor. Because I'm pretty sure that was referenced in one of the more recent bail hearings when they were trying to get released. So, I don't know. I think he's done some mistakes post-arrest that have also not helped him out. If I was a betting man, I think the only way they bring this case forward is if they think they got a dub or if they think they really got something. I don't think the prosecutor, from what I've read up on him, would bring forth this case if they had absolutely nothing. And so yeah. Likely the charge is going to be brought forth, and I think it's probably likely that he's going to be charged successfully.
Huh. Yeah, I think so too. I wonder if there'll be a trial or if he'll plead out. Because I could see him pleading out, being like, I can't get a fair trial in Romania, yada, 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 and like doing it that way.
There's no way. I refuse to believe he would ever accept something like that.
Bet you $50 that he'll plead out. Even odds.
Okay, give me the terms of the plea that you think he would take.
That he will not go to trial. That there won't be, like, I don't even know how they do it in Romania, but that at the end of the day, he will agree to a deal, and there will not be like a jury that walks in the room and is like, "We found you guilty."
No. I think with the list of charges, like he's probably looking at like 2 decades in jail. Maybe even more. Like, I'm also pretty convinced that Tate has suicidal depression. So I would bet he's also worried about going to jail because he's likely going to just kill himself. So, I really fucking doubt he's ever going to take a plea deal, and I don't think they're really going to accept a plea deal with him either. They want to prosecute him. They want to make an example out of him, clearly, especially with all the like crazy shit he said about the court system being corrupt in Romania. Yeah, just no way.
There's a jury.
They don't do jury trials. It's by 3 judges. Yeah,
judges. It's 3 judges.
Do they have plea deals in Romania? They must.
They do. Every country's got plea deals. But the question is, like, what are the terms you think you would accept in terms of prison sentence? It would make Romania a fucking joke if this dude really is guilty of sex trafficking and they didn't put him in jail at all. Especially with they've been trying to change their image in regards to sex trafficking in general. So it would look really stupid if they gave him a plea deal where he didn't spend time in jail.
No, I think he will spend time in jail. But I think like it's like if they scare him to thinking you go to trial, we're going to give you 50 years, or you can take 10 now. What's it going to be? I feel like then he might be like, I have to do it. There's no other option.
The evidence is so overwhelming against him. There's no way they'd even offer a plea deal. No fucking way. They're gonna try to just put him away for good.
I'm going to lose because they had me dead to rights because I'm a moron and I tried to bribe people from the prison cell phone. And that, like, here's the thing. In a lot of countries, United States as well, there's so much... I don't know shit about Romanian stuff, so I'm just going to use US. But, like...
So... Usually when you're talking about things like this, when you get plea deals, it's either like a first offense or it's something really minor that's not really worth the court's time. So, like, say if it's a weapons charge where you're just found with like an illegal weapon on you, something like that, you didn't actually commit a crime. What they'll fucking do is they'll try to scare you with like, oh, well, if you go to trial, you know, you could get 5 years, but if you take the plea deal, we'll give you like 3 months, or maybe it'll just be like a year probation, something like that. So just plead guilty. Like, usually they do that with either first offenses or it's like kind of minor crimes that they don't really want to waste their time with. Something high profile like this, where they really like obviously want to make an example out of the guy, there's no way they're going to offer a plea deal. Let's see, Kid Boo.
Themselves on having their own money, their own job, their own place, when those are the expected qualities of any standard adult.
Okay, because they're trying to show their independency. Independence, okay, then well, don't do shit for me. Take me out.
Because I think a lot of times society pins us as gold diggers. So if you don't have that, maybe, and you look for those qualities in a man, you're automatically pinned as a gold digger. And if you do have those qualities and you still look for that in a man, like a man that's as established as you, some people might think like, oh, your standards are too high. When it's I'm asking for a man to take care of himself the way I'm taking care of myself.
The thing is like, okay, if you have your house, you have your crib and everything, I don't need that from you. What I need you to do for me is bear my kids, our kids, and be like Jim yourself. You know what I'm saying?
What am I supposed to be looking at? Like, this is some stupid bullshit video. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
When you're in getting charged with a crime in the US, the amount of discretion that a prosecutor has sometimes can be crazy, especially for federal crimes. Like, hey, you scammed the grandmother for $50, but it was over the phone. That's wire fraud. That's 15 years that I can seek, up to 30 if it was, it's like, holy shit, what? So I feel like if they have him dead to rights on just one of these small things, like let's say they have him dead to rights, like everyone would agree on the phone call, like trying to bribe someone or someone, like that might be a loan. Like, hey, that's a 20-year thing, and you can't. It doesn't matter if you're innocent on everything else. We're gonna get you just on that for 20 years. Like, that's a compelling thing to be like, I actually have to take a 10-year thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I wonder if him as an individual would be open to that. I think there's just certain personalities who would not accept a plea. I don't know. To me, he strikes me as one of those types. I don't think he'd be willing to compromise on that. Because I think it would, one, affect his business.
Please watch and react to these shorts.
I will take a look.
What's up, guys? Just going to show you real quick how to install a smart meter shield on your smart meter. Pardon the background noise. I have a gardener cutting some grass here.
Here we go.
This is because smart meters emit high levels of radiation in increments. So ideally, you want to keep it covered. We sell these on WiFiShielding.com. It comes with the cage as well as two pieces of foam. You guys can see here I already put a foam strip on, and since the kit comes with two of them, we're just going to put two on for the hell of it, although you only really need one. There's just...
That would do nothing. What? What is that supposed to do?
A little protective film for the adhesive tape that we peeled off. And then once you have your foam tape on, this slides right over.
That would still do fucking nothing.
Nice and loose, and then we can tighten this piece here with our screw and bolt to give it a snug fit. No tools needed. You just hold it with one hand and tighten the nut with the other. WiFiShielding.com, guys, most affordable.
That is stupid as fuck.
Some of you guys asked how to shield your router, and we have those cages as well as bags available on WiFiShielding.com. But normally you can just log into the router on your computer with a direct Ethernet connection and turn off all the Wi-Fi, which can be pretty tricky depending on the settings and configuration. You got to go into advanced. But I have the cage and bag on this anyway, just as like a secondary precaution. And if your family doesn't let you turn the router off, the cage will actually reduce the signal. You usually need 1 or 2 bags and a cage to completely eliminate it. So it's just a simple aluminum cage with a rubber piece on the side that you can run your wires out of. Here I have my modem as well as my router. So you guys can get, 1 or 2 bags as well as the cage on the website. We have the most affordable price online.
Oh my god. A lot of people buy these like Faraday cages for their routers, and they don't understand, like, they're so stupid. They think their phone is still going to be connected to Wi-Fi or their laptop or whatever. And then they give bad reviews to these EMF shields for routers, even though it's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Like, Frank is such a fucking idiot. I still don't understand how he rationalizes being afraid of EMF but not being afraid of ultraviolet radiation from the sun.
Cities should not have to bow down to their suburbs.
Listen, buddy, didn't your mustache oil come in this morning on a truck, or did you Uber in the rain to go get it to put on some extra before filming that video? Anyone who's supporting congestion pricing is completely gonzo, wacko, dacko crazy.
Congestion pricing stupid. What they need to do is just change zoning laws.
One,
and expand public transit.
the money's going to the MTA. You're literally better off burning the money in a driveway. At least you're putting some carbon back into the atmosphere. Literally more useful to light the money on fire than give it to the MTA. Second of all, most of the cars in the city are Ubers. And we know this is all about money. And if they actually wanted a solution, they would cut down on that. But they want people spending these
That's obviously not true.
exorbitant prices on these taxis because it's making them a lot of money. So there's no real reason to do congestion pricing. And I think it's just going to make things worse with all the bottlenecks and thresholds it's going to set up of people trying to avoid those specific zones.
Frank might actually be right there. Congestion pricing's fucking stupid. It's a dumb workaround to just having better zoning laws and expanded public transit. It's one of the few times he actually made sense.
Fight someone on steroids. I've never taken steroids in my life. Never.
Bro, this made my day. This is the funniest thing I've heard all week. If you guys knew how much steroids...
Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the nation, gay twink.
I think it would affect his image, and I don't know. To me, in terms of ego, in terms of the mistakes made, I don't know if he would be willing to take a deal on that kind of.
Yeah.
I just don't. But then again, that's just me speaking out of my eyes, so I could be wrong about that. I just don't think he would take a plea deal.
The funny thing about Tate is it felt like a lot of the shit that got him into trouble is like he just didn't understand the law. He's like, it's not sex trafficking. I'm just like convincing girls to come over here on like by saying I'm going to be their husband. And it's like, okay, well, I think that's so much shit. It's like he just hasn't read the law. He thinks like sex trafficking is like out of taking.
Well, it's not just that. Not only does he not have an understanding of the law, but he also thinks the law doesn't apply to him. And I mean, any fucking rational person, even if they didn't think it was illegal, like the idea that lying to a girl that you're in love with her to lure her to some foreign country and then manipulate her and like create the situation where you basically force her using these different psychological control tactics to get her to do sex work. Like, even if somebody wasn't convinced that was illegal, no one who's like a moral like agent, you know, would think that's okay. So yeah, there's multiple things going on there.
Where you're like, you know, nabbing people in a fucking car outside of the airport.
No, I think he knows it's legal. He just didn't think anybody would catch him or care that much because it's Romania.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't like. There's a lot of other guys doing similar things in Romania
that have already been arrested and busted for it, even using
some
loverboy method.
Some haven't. Like it has a huge issue with sex trafficking over there. Webcam business, like a lot of I think it's probably the largest market in the world for webcamming. And you have to imagine there's probably a lot of sex trafficking that's happening throughout that country. So he probably, you know, he's intimated the fact that he has a lot of ties to the mafia or knows people who do similar lines of work. And so he's just, he just didn't think he would be the one to be punished for it, if that makes sense. Because he talks about it too. He talks about this service or a website where certain traffickers or certain dudes who are pimps paid the guy who ran the website to be able to get their girls at the top. So obviously he knew a lot of people who were competing in his market, and he probably didn't think he would be the one.
I don't know. Maybe I'm giving him too much credibility. So in my mind, I could see how someone would think it's not a crime to literally trick someone. Like if I trick you to like come to a country and it's like, oh, well, I don't want to be your husband. I just want you to go like do porn for me, but I'm not physically keeping you. You can leave if you want, I guess. Like, I feel like he could justify saying that that's not like a crime in his head. And then as far as like calling himself a pimp and saying, oh yeah, I'm on these pimp forums, like I wonder if he just did that to try and like make himself feel cool. Do you think he actually believed in his mind, like, I am a sex trafficker? Yes, I am. Like infrared going, I am a Mongol. Like, is he
I mean,
like,
he literally had his
sex
Hustlers
trafficker?
University course was literally that, like teaching people how to be a pimp.
Yeah, he did acknowledge it as pimping and then said, you know, oh, I don't see anything wrong with pimping, so yeah. I think to some extent he acknowledged that what he was doing was illegal. He just thought he was above the law and crap like that, and he has like no moral compass.
Yeah, but is it like a pimp?
It is a
or
pimp.
Is it like,
it's how to get girls to work as a webcam business for you. Like he talks about, like once you've got a few girls starting, you're printing money, but you got to keep them loyal to you. Blah blah blah. All the terminology and shit they use.
Does he ever like, you know, you have to lock the doors at night and not let them leave, and if they ask, like you punch them? Like I feel like
no,
that's
but
like,
you know, that's not how pimping works.
Like,
Nobody does that. That's not how pimping works for these types of girls, right? You're not actually like physically restraining them anywhere. You're just like making them dependent on you in other ways so that they don't want to leave.
Yeah.
I've never hit Melina, but you better believe she doesn't know where her passport is, you know?
Stop. Like, you say shit like this and you get yourself... He's joking. Melina has her passport and can leave anytime she wants to, as soon as Steven gives her the combination to the safe. No problem. Oh, man.
Yeah, I think people's image of sex trafficking is just distinctly different than than what pimping is and what he was doing. And so I don't think I probably would side with Dan that he may not have really believed he would be considered a sex trafficker. So yeah, I probably agree with Dan on that one. I don't think most people know what sex trafficking is, much less pimps. I don't think pimps know what sex trafficking is, or at least their idea of sex trafficking isn't accurate or doesn't include every different type of sex trafficking possible.
I don't know, man.
Before this case, I didn't even know it was considered sex trafficking. You would have told me. I always knew it was unethical and it was extremely wrong and manipulative to do, but I didn't know it was illegal.
I thought sex trafficking was literally the Taken shit. You know, that's what I thought it was.
Absolutely.
Like in girls, like in black vans, getting smuggled out of Russia into like France, and they can't leave the house or they get the shit. Like that's what I thought sex trafficking was. And I think that's what most people think it is, right?
True.
So when you say that he's doing that, people are naturally like, "What? There's no way he's doing that." But that's just because they don't understand. I think, you know, what it actually is. I guess. You know, that's the problem. I think that's like the huge disconnect with a lot of this shit.
I'm inclined to agree with everything you just said right there. I think me and Dan are on the same boat.
Well, great minds think alike, you know.
Absolutely. Destiny is just so uncharitable and wants to believe this guy's a sex trafficker.
True. I'm just so biased
against him. He can't even see his side. He won't even like make an effort to see his side. That's the wild part, bro. Yeah, like, you know, the guy's a bullshitter.
All right. Oh yeah, we gotta see this shit.
February 14th, 2019, I had a plan to take my life. As soon as I swallowed all the pills. And,
yeah, there we go. Swallowing the pills. I'm sure they were vitamins.
I'm sorry.
Well, that is fake crying if I've ever seen fake crying. Like, it's kind of hard to pretend that you're crying when you're literally wearing like 10 pounds of makeup on your face. So, like, if there was crying, I'm pretty sure we'd see some smears.
I'm sorry. If you have not watched the first part of this video, I would highly recommend you go watch that before diving into this one. Growing up, I was never told how easy it is to be swept up by the world, how easy it is to be completely swooned by the shiny apple that the enemy places in front of us.
Yes, most people have like a moral compass where they don't think it's okay to steal from people. So it's not that it's easy, it's just that you're a piece of crap.
I was never taught how much easier it is to live for the world rather than to live for Christ. And before I knew it, what I thought my goals were, what I thought I was going to succeed at, what I thought was what was going to make me happy, the money, the career, the men, the sex, the body, the attention, the clout, with everything that I had in me. I was trying so hard to put my
There's no way that there's too many dudes who are interested in her. No fucking way. That's just fucking horseshit. Like, I can't see many dudes. Like, she literally looks like a special effects creation. The amount of, like, fucking makeup, dude. Like, most dudes don't have that big of a problem with makeup, but like when you see somebody like this, most guys are gonna run away and think there's something wrong.
Worth and find my worth in the world, and that is a dangerous place, a dangerous position to be in, because I was ready to stop at nothing in the name of attention and clout. So in 2019, I was at the height of my social media career. I had everything that a 27-year-old could have wanted: sponsorships, the collaboration.
I love how she says 27. You're a fucking adult at 27. Like, what the fuck? Like, I was only like 27. That's like no different than being a toddler.
The thriving business. I had the money, the attention, the material items, all the things that the world will tell you will make you happy. By this point in 2019, I had been in and out of several abusive relationships, and I tie that to...
Yeah, see? The only dudes who are willing to date her are like fucking crackheads.
how broken I was. I didn't have self-respect. I didn't know my worth in Christ. I really didn't even know who I was or what I wanted in life. And because of that, I attracted broken men. I was in verbally abusive relationships. I was in physically abusive relationships. I was in emotionally.
By the way, the dude she married was an ex-police officer who was fired for corruption and basically brutalizing suspects. So yeah, right. The types of men you're with now have just totally changed.
Abusive relationships. I would happily walk into a relationship knowing it's one of those who's gonna break whose heart first type situations. I had a savior complex. I thought I can fix him, I can change him, I can make him.
No, you look like a fucking freak, and the only dudes willing to date you are like fucking losers and weirdos. That's what was going on.
a better man, and I thought that I was the answer. That
Bend over to Nate Tiller. There's a clip right here just shows how pathetic and evil Kevin O'Leary is to people who aren't privileges. Let me see. O'Leary's a piece of crap.
This on live TV.
The combined wealth, this is according to Oxfam, of the world's 85 richest people is equal to the 3.5 billion poorest people.
It's fantastic. And this is a great thing because...
Yeah, so 85 people are more wealthy than literally, or hold more wealth than literally half the population of the entire planet. That is crazy.
Because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say, I want to become one of those people. I'm going to fight hard to get up to the top.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I've seen this clip before. It's just bullshit. Thanks to the nation, dude.
By dating me or being in a relationship with me that would make them a better man, when on the flip side, I was crumbling inside. I was so broken. Sleeping around and going and doing things behind closed doors that literally break my heart now. That's not the will of the Father. It wasn't his will at all.
Wonder if she had to fart on anybody's mouth.
January of 2019, I was asked to be the face of a booth at the Los Angeles Fit Expo. I flew out there. Day 2, a prank was pulled on me. I remember it like it just happened yesterday. It was easily one of the most humiliating moments at that time in my life. I've had far greater ones by now. A man in a costume came up to me at the booth and confronted me and said, "You scammed my daughter."
Yes, we're not going to know it's Cassidy, even though he has a much bigger channel than you have. Uh-huh.
I didn't scam anyone. So I sat there.
Weren't you ordered to pay back like $500,000? I didn't scam anybody.
And I was trying to process it. People will say it's because I looked guilty. I wasn't guilty. I just genuinely was caught off guard. I didn't scam anyone, but what I did do and what I'm not scared to admit is I had a business that blew up way too fast. In my own arrogance, I didn't hire on people that I should have. I didn't have the wherewithal to put systems.
Like, again, this is such a horseshit fucking excuse. Like, you don't even need any experience in an industry to know that you can have too much of a workload. Like, imagine if you worked at a auto repair shop and you only had so much space in your repair shop for so many cars. And like maybe you only have space for like 4 or 5 cars at a time. But then like 20 people come by and say, "Oh yeah, I need my car repaired. Can I leave it here?" "Oh yeah, sure." But there's only like, space for 4 cars. Like, you don't have to be a genius to know, "Oh, sorry, you're going to have to come back another time or find a different shop or fully booked." Like, same thing happened here. A ton of people were paying for her custom coaching packages. And obviously, as one person, she couldn't do that much work. So what do you do when that happens? You say, "Sorry, but if you leave your email, I'll message you later when I have, more time free. I'm fully booked with clients right now." And then her excuse is, "My business blew up too quickly." That's why I refuse to email people back. That's why I would fraud people and send them like the thing that they didn't ask for. Like, she's so full of shit. That's why I pocketed all the money and then I had to pay it back in a court case.
And processes into place to help that business thrive. Once again, I thought that I was the solution to my own problems. I wasn't focused on the Lord. I didn't think, oh, well.
Like, by the way, it doesn't even make any sense. She refused people refunds. Like, why would you refuse refunds if that was a problem too?
The Lord is trying to teach me how to do this better as a businesswoman. I thought I was the answer. I thought if something goes wrong, I'll fix it. I'd rather do it myself than have to train someone or let them make mistakes on my behalf. So I'm just going to do it myself. But in reality, that is what caused this problem to begin with. So that was what my mind was processing as this is happening. I'm like, this is not true. Like, why is this happening? And I didn't see a microphone anywhere. So I didn't think that it was being recorded. There was no camera in my line of sight. So I thought, well, this is just a humiliating prank being pulled on me, and hopefully the only ones that will remember this are the people that are actually.
Yes, I'm sure nobody would film anything when a guy dresses up in a fucking costume and is pranking you.
Here. Little did I know. I flew back to Dallas, and
yeah, that's some bad acting.
Later that week, that video went live. I had no idea.
By the way, this is like, what, 3 or 4 years ago now? And like, she's acting so dramatic about this. It's so weird. This was uploaded yesterday. I know for a fact she has mentioned Cassidy doing the prank on her in at least 3 fucking videos now. Like, what is this cope?
Idea at the time that this guy was actually a very large YouTuber. I had no idea who he was, period. By the end of that week, once I returned home from Los Angeles to Dallas, my life forever changed. It was a change that still to this day has impacted me.
Yeah, because you had to pay people back the money you stole from them.
And looking back, I'm grateful for the woman that it's made me and the way that the Lord used the things that were set out for evil and turned it for my good.
I'm sorry, you stole people's money and you think evil was committed against you.
But dang. I remember the moment that everything changed for me like it was yesterday. I was getting ready to go on a date. I was in my bathroom upstairs and came down the stairs, and as I did, a notification went off my phone. And it was my manager with a text that said, you should probably look at this. So I clicked on it, and it took me immediately to a video with my name as the subject. I remember the emotions that washed over me. Utter fear, terror, humiliation, shame, all the
Yes, you should feel that when you steal people's money.
things that you would expect in that moment. I dropped my phone with...
Like, I love how she's acting like a victim. Yeah, when you steal people's money, people get upset about it, so yeah.
thousands of comments mocking me, saying, how could you, how dare you.
Oh yeah, the Christian thing is a grift. She is not Christian.
Atrocious things that I would never wish on my greatest enemy. And within the next hour, I
You're a poor excuse for human scamming. I would not wish this on my greatest enemy. Yeah, sure.
hour, I had lost my...
By the way, what's funny here, she's complaining about people saying she's a scammer. She literally left a similar comment on a public Facebook page where she was boarding her horse. She used to have a horse, and she was boarding her horse at a boarding barn. She refused to pay her boarding fees, and she also refused to give her horse proper medical treatment, and it got really sick. The people who were at the boarding barn felt so bad for her horse that they paid for her horse's medical bills, and eventually they kicked her off the property because she wasn't giving them the money they needed, that she agreed to pay them. And then she left a fucking bullshit comment saying the owners were really rude and they would scam me and this and that. Like, She'd literally leave like fucking lies about businesses that
Brittany
were more than fucking generous to her. So like it's funny how she's saying this shit, but she did way worse. She deliberately fucking lied about a business that did nothing but fucking help her and were super lenient to her.
Brittany Dawn, I see so many of these type of females. They hoard around and steal money. When they're caught, they start doing the church thing. Brittany acts like she doesn't care about what other people think, yet she makes sure everyone sees her cross.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She's a phony fake Christian. It's just a grift where she knows there's a religious community who is just willing to give up their dollars, basically. Obviously with, people who aren't retarded. These sorts of videos aren't gonna, do anything to make anybody sympathetic because everybody knows she's just a lying scam artist. But if she says she's Christian, she's born again, she's seen the light, she's walking the path of Jesus, well, now you have a big group of dumbasses who are like, oh my God, you changed. Praise the Lord. Here's $17. Like, yeah. So it's a grift. She hasn't changed at all. She still thinks that she's the one who's the victim. Like, again, she hasn't even taken responsibility for anything that happened. I was a full-grown adult. I was only 27, and I tried to pocket people's money without giving them the services that they paid for, and then people online criticized me for it, and I was ordered to pay $500,000 back in a lawsuit. Like, fuck her. Thanks for the donation, though, Mac.
Mocking me, saying, how could you, how dare you, just the most atrocious thing after layer, after layer, after layer, to get to my heart and my expected. I had every major news network in my inbox. Good Morning America, TMZ, BuzzFeed.
It's 'cause you're a scammer.
Going live with this interview, and I was slapped together with foundation and lashes. The world thought that I was okay. The world thought that their comments weren't weighing on
Oh, you were wearing foundation? Oh, I couldn't tell.
me and that I could get through it, whatever. She's not
Oh my
real.
God.
She's fake. She's an internet personality.
Yeah, you are fake. You are an internet personality. There's nothing about you that's real.
It's not going to affect her. Like, say what you want, she'll be fine. But I was dying inside. Yeah. Be in such a dark
She never attempted suicide. She's full of shit.
place by this point. And it was as if the media diced questions up and then fed it to the world. That. And it felt like I couldn't breathe. I had just lost everything. I had lost my
Yes, imagine if you were able to get away with scamming people and nobody criticized you for it, you'd have been fine.
reputation, my career, at an all-time high, panic attacks were at an all-time. Look at me. Look at me. Like, how could anyone want to be associated with me? How could
Yes, look at you. Why would anybody want to stand next to you?
anyone love me? How could anyone want to be with me? Look at the sin that I bring to the table. Look at the baggage that I now have hanging over my. I'm posting these perfectly lit photos. I'm posting this body goals image. I'm posting vain, selfish, deceiving images. That it was a spiritual battle for my soul that was taking place.
I just want to get to the
I
good
believed
part where
every
she
lie
lies about trying to commit
that the
suicide.
enemy handed me. On Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2019, I had a plan to take my life. And
There we go. So she's lying. She's mentioning Valentine's Day because it's Valentine's Day. Oh, this is just bullshit.
And I'll never forget it. I walked upstairs to fill up a bathtub, and I had hundreds of pills that were waiting for me downstairs. So I
Hundreds of pills. Right. Notice how she's not mentioning sleeping pills or something? I heard eating lots of vitamins all at once might be bad for you. This is so stupid.
I filled up the bathtub and wrote a text to my sister.
Show us the text. Oh, you're not going to do that because it never happened.
That I was fully prepared to send as soon as I swallowed all the pills. And
Yeah, so she's lying. I had pills waiting. She won't mention what type of pills. Who has like actual medication lying around where, you know, if they swallowed a bunch of it, they could kill themselves? Like very few people. Most prescription sleep aids, I don't even think you can really reliably kill yourself with them either. So she's full of shit. The only pills she had were fucking multivitamins. Yeah, good luck fucking killing yourself with fucking Flintstones vitamins, idiot. And she's lying about this whole situation. She's lying about the date, like the Valentine's Day thing. That's just for fucking emotional effect. She's claiming she sent a text to her sister that she can't even fucking show. She's full of crap. It just never fucking happened. All of this is just a load of bull crap. I just had to do a little cut there to sprinkle a little bit of water on my face to make it look like I'm actually crying. I'm sorry. I couldn't do this all in one take.
I walked downstairs once the bathtub was filled up.
And then I realized I only had Flintstones vitamins, and apparently you need fat-soluble vitamins, and you have to take a whole lot, and I didn't have enough.
Took my first handful, and this...
Wait, look at the fucking jump cuts. So, watch. Jump cut. Oh, more like water there.
Walked downstairs once the bathtub was filled up.
Another jump cut. More water.
Took my first handful, and this overwhelming presence consumed me. It was the most beautiful presence I had ever felt, and I fell to the floor. I remember just collapsing and pills going everywhere, and I was just dwelling in the sweetest of presence that I had ever felt, and it was Jesus. The Holy Spirit had swept in a moment
this is just
and saved
fucking
me from
retarded.
myself. I remember thinking,
Like, by the way, I have a hard time believing this was fentanyl, and even if it was, that would explain the fucking Jesus feeling.
there's no way. How could he want me? And he left the 99 for me. He chased me down.
Wait, so she's saying Jesus came to visit her when she was naked and just got out of the bathtub. What does that say about Jesus?
And he sought me out, and he never left my side. And in my darkest moment, a moment in which I should not have lived through, he said, I want her. She's mine. And I laid on that floor for hours. I have no recollection of how long I was there. It didn't matter. I had no agenda. I had nothing left to live for.
Yes, make sure after you sprinkle water on your face to fake cry, you don't wipe it off like a normal fucking person was, just to make sure everybody sees that you're actually crying, right?
But that is exactly where he needed me. He had to remove every idol from
this
my
is, like,
heart
fucking
to get to
retarded.
me. And he did. I remember just
such a
going
manipulative
through
liar.
waves of deliverance. I would manifest and get delivered, and I would manifest and I would get delivered, and I would manifest and I would get delivered, and it was just like so many demons were leaving me because God is so faithful. And when Jesus is present, no darkness can touch you. It has no authority over you anymore. And I was
Oh, is that why the Jews all got killed in the Holocaust? Because they didn't have Jesus. If only they believed in Jesus, maybe he would have done something to prevent the Holocaust. Lucky you. You believe in Jesus, and Jesus made it so that you only had to pay $500,000 back to the people that you fucking defrauded. Okay.
I was just being walked through so much deliverance by the Holy Spirit. It was so beautiful. And I stood up from that floor and I was never the same. I was in such a free state of mind. It was a freedom that I had never tasted, at least not in 10 years. And it was beautiful. It felt like this baggage that was just on my shoulders had just been completely lifted. And that's what he does. That's what our Father does. Jesus paid the ultimate price on the cross for our sins, for my sins. And when you realize that, when you have that revelation,
Sorry, you're telling me an all-powerful God sacrificed himself to himself so that you could steal money from people and it would be okay? What?
it's a love that can't be touched. It's unmatched. There is nothing like it in this world.
I can fucking guarantee you, a stray cat would give you more love and affection than Jesus would. One, because a stray cat actually exists. And two, have you seen cats? Have you seen how fucking cuddly they are? I don't know why we don't just all worship cats.
World. No amount of attention or sex or men or social media likes or social media fame or careers can touch it, can compete with it. I thought I knew what I wanted. I thought I had everything I wanted in my hands, but those were the very things.
Not even the religious nut jobs in her comment section are commenting on her fake suicide attempt. It's like even they know this is all just another scam attempt. Incredible what lengths narcissist will go to even when no one believes them anyways.
I'm looking at her comments, most of them are positive, and they're like, praise God, this brought me to tears. Like, she is so full of shit and lying. Like, again, she has a, pretty religious audience at this point, so, if you're stupid enough to believe in God, you're stupid enough to believe in this fucking stupid story, right?
Things that turned their backs on me and left me broken, left me high and dry. But it was Jesus. It was only Jesus who rescued me, who came to me, who ran to me when everyone else left me. When everyone else ran away, it was Jesus. His word says he doesn't leave us. He doesn't forsake us. He doesn't abandon us. And my testimony, I am a living, breathing testimony of that. I remember the next.
This reminds me of the Jesus heroin thing. Yeah, this is probably the most amazing fucking painting ever. Yeah, that's great. Jesus is stealing your heroin. Just remember.
All right, do we have Sean? What's going on?
Every time you inject heroin, you have to take more and more because Jesus keeps taking it. Yeah, he did a bunch of, that artist did a bunch of weird, like, religious paintings, and that one became a big meme. Looks so fucking stupid. What was he thinking, dude?
Next day, I bought a Bible on Amazon because I was so desperate. I was so hungry. It's like he exchanged that hunger for the world for his heart. And I woke up the next morning just wanting, craving scripture, wanting to get in God's word, wanting to read about him, wanting to know.
Right, how, women should be murdered for having premarital sex and how slavery's okay, all that stuff.
This Jesus who literally just saved my.
Like, by the way, it's so strange. If you actually read the New Testament passages about Jesus, it's so jarring when you hear dumbass Christians talk about how Jesus is so loving and so caring. And then you hear him fucking talk about how if you don't love me, more than you love your own children, you're going to like bathe in a lake of hellfire for all of eternity. Like, the actual biblical references of Jesus make him seem like the most insane wacko narcissist you've ever heard in your fucking life.
My life. I got a Bible off of Amazon, and for the next 6 months to a year, I walked in the wilderness. I had nothing left to live for. I had lost everything. I was in the middle of a lawsuit from the state of Texas, and all I knew was to run to the Father's feet. That was the only place I wanted to seek shelter in. That was the only place I wanted to dwell in, because everything else around me was falling apart because I had tried to control things for so long. And I just fell in love with Jesus. I got so lost.
No, your life fell apart because you were a thief and you got caught.
Lost in his presence day after day after day after day after day. I got plugged in at Upper Room.
Oh,
Upper
boy.
Room was such a beautiful place for me. I started encountering beautiful
This whole story just doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. Like, why didn't she just take down her website temporarily and then just offer refunds? It's just a complete fucking lie.
convictions over the way that I dressed, the music that I listened to, the things that were coming out of my mouth, the word curses I was speaking over myself, breaking soul ties, giving up sexual sin. So many beautiful convictions that the Lord introduced to my life in that season at Upper Room. I started going to counseling. I started going to inner healing and getting more deliverance. And it was a season of unlearning everything I had been taught my whole life by the world, to relearn who I really am, why I was really placed on this earth, what God's purpose really is for me. And I learned that just because I gave my life fully to Christ, to Jesus, to the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, doesn't mean that He's going to remove the fires, that He's going to calm the storms. Sometimes He lets you walk through those fires and those storms to show that He can sustain you. And He'll allow that.
Yes, and now like, just think about this fucking horseshit. What does any of this fucking mean? Like, I mean, don't we all just, like, fucking get up in the morning, make a living, and then fuck around with video games or Netflix or some shit? Like, it's just, nothing is, all that crazy or important in any of our fucking lives. And then she's making a big deal out of finding out that, like, it's not a fucking good thing to steal from people. And this is all just a fucking scam so she can still keep making money online. She's just lying about how religion changed her fucking life. Like, no, you just found out that you couldn't steal from fucking people. I knew this without fucking sucking, like, an imaginary friend's cock. Yeah, I've never stolen from fucking people and then had to pay $500,000 back in a fucking court case. And I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in anything. I'm a fucking nihilist. The only reason you're fucking saying this horse shit is because this is the only fucking way you can maintain any kind of fucking audience online and get money from people, is by fucking trying to target religious retards. It's just fucking pathetic.
Brittany's a whore. She just going to cheat on her husband with the preacher, or the manager who handles all the church donations so she can steal all of it. When she's caught, she's gonna become a monk. At the monastery, she'll steal all Buddha statues.
I don't think either of them go to church. For one thing, Christians, like, especially people who go to church, they tend to be pretty judgmental, and she's a fucking weirdo. So if you saw somebody like that walk into a church, I would guarantee she'd get looked at, you'd see whispers, she'd feel uncomfortable. There's no way she goes to a fucking church. her husband's also like a fucking lying piece of crap. I don't see them getting along with too many people. Like, they make video after video about how people lie about them online, how they're not that bad and they're misunderstood. They don't have any friends. Like, it seems to me the only reason she's together with her husband is like she's the only guy who will put up with her, and she's the only girl who will put up with him. So I don't think they go out. I don't think they go to church. I don't recall them ever making mention of it either. But I wouldn't be surprised if she ends up cheating, or her husband cheats on her and they end up breaking up. I don't think their relationship's gonna last. I've seen this before plenty of times where people get together mostly or almost entirely on their religious beliefs, and they always break up soon after. So I don't think their relationship's going to last too long. Thanks for the donation, though, Mac.
To show others the magnitude of the mountains that he can move. In that season of my life, God chiseled me, and then he called me, and all the broken pieces of me, of my heart, of my life, of my past that were shattered, those are the very pieces that he came to restore. My life is a testimony that doesn't make sense. I still struggle to this.
I just watched a court case where the parents used their daughter's murder to advertise Jesus. They said her death wouldn't be in vain if the killer found Jesus Christ. I'm sick to my stomach. Also, when is the next spam stream?
That is really fucking weird. I should probably lock those parents up too, just because. Thanks for that donation though, Rasputus.
Stay.
As far as when the next spam stream is, well, I guess the next spam stream could be any time, couldn't it? It just depends on when somebody decides to spam.
Clearly not getting choked up at the part where he really saved me from myself, because I remember that tangible presence. I remember how real he was and is and always will be for me because of that moment. He marked me in that moment just like he did when I was 16.
Okay, why don't you tell us where Jesus marked you when you were 16? Because the FBI might be interested in this story.
My testimony is a story of what the enemy sends out for evil, God can turn for your good. The fires that the
Well, that really makes you wonder, why does evil exist in the first place, stupid?
enemy thought I would walk through that would burn me are the very fire.
Sorry, like, the enemy, evil, like, she's the one who stole from people. You're the one in the wrong. Like, she's still not fucking acknowledging guilt. She's calling everyone who criticized her evil, the enemy. You're the one who stole from people. Like, what the fuck?
Fires that Jesus used to refine me,
she should
that
be
he
locked
rescued
up.
me from. He turned my ashes into beauty, and
I
he
really
turned my
hope-
sorrow into
I really hope she's, like, not able to make, like, the payments or something, and she just gets locked up. She really should be in jail.
and even change one person's life around for the better, to point them to Christ, then it's all worth it. The world will tell you to eat the apple. The world will tell you that it'll fix all of your problems, that it's the way to happiness and to find yourself and be yourself and do what you want to do. But I'm telling you right now, as a 32-year-old sitting here who shouldn't be alive, that Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the only answer in this world. Everything else will let you down. I don't even know how to end this right now. As always, thank you.
Well, if Jesus is the only thing you need, like, why the fuck did you bother getting married? Why are you not living in a fucking hut? Like, why are you living in this house that looks fairly nice? Like, yeah, that's just fucking horseshit.
They have wrong.
By the way, like, they do look like they have a pretty nice house. So, yeah, they're just full of crap. Oh my god, she did this? The miscarriage thing? Oh my god, what the fuck? Is she, like, actually a person? What the fuck? This... She goes out looking like this. What the fuck, dude? Imagine, like, going to the grocery store and seeing this, like, just turn in the aisle you're going down. So yeah, holy crap. She is baiting for fucking attention and views.
My
hard.
brother. Let's watch this video together on stream. Click off in the first second seeing that guy. It's reacting to him. Also thoughts on finasteride and dutasteride? Do you watch Kevin Mann, The Hair Cafe?
I don't watch Kevin Mann. Ask a doctor about finasteride and dutasteride. I don't really know anything about it, and I'll watch that in a second. Thanks for the nation, dude. So, yeah, this miscarriage content, I can guarantee you she saw the stupid shit from some of these family vlog channels. There's a lot of family vlog channels that get a fair bit of views, and then when their views decline, they share some like stupid fucking story about how they had a miscarriage and I got a pregnancy test 2 weeks after we had sex for the first time in 8 years, and it tested positive, and then I went to the doctor and he said I was never pregnant to begin with, and it was like a child died inside me, like, you know, bullcrap like that. And then they get a big spike in views, and then, oh, we're so sorry to hear that, da, da, da. And she's just doing this. This is all fake and bullshit. Oh my god.
My second trimester, November, end of November.
Is it going?
Yeah.
This is a cool bag. So she got him shitty fucking sneakers as a gift to tell her she was pregnant.
Nothing crazy. They were
Oh
like
my
everything
god,
is
dude.
in. Not myself, right? I see that next.
I need to get cream pied all over again. Ugh, these people are fucking pathetic. Can you imagine fucking crying and blubbering like a fucking bitch just because you've gotten a miscarriage? Like, boo fuckity who, you need to get cream pied again. Fuck me. Who the fuck cares? Like, as if I give a fucking shit. Influencers are just fucking cancerous. Yeah, let's play some of Signalis, I guess. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play for too long. I feel pretty tired already. Yeah. There we are. Ah. Why is that so goddamn bright? I don't know if I should play this with a mouse and keyboard or a controller. Yeah, let's put that at 3840. Interesting. Kind of looks like PlayStation 1. Just gonna lower the... Oh wait, should have just done it in game. There we go. Yeah. It's weird. Where am I able to go? Heh. Oh, I see that. It's hard to tell that's all floor. It kind of looks like a wall. Don't know if the... Ah, fuck, damn it. A fly landed on my head.
Please explain why this is incorrect.
You didn't give me a link to anything, but thanks for the donation, dude. What the fuck am I looking at? Oh my god, there's a fly that's bothering me. Okay. Uh-huh. Zeph gave me the link. Let me see.
Harvard wants you to eat seed oils and avoid animal fats like butter. Harvard claims that...
Yeah, it's because replacing butter with seed oils reduces cardiac deaths.
Saturated fats found in foods like butter, animal fat, tallow, and eggs will increase your risk of cardiovascular disease.
Yes, and that's proven. There are countless randomized trials proving that beyond any doubt.
And recommends that you replace these with seed oils like canola or soybean oil. Over the last few years, a huge amount of data has come out showing no association between...
Yeah, so that's not true. The only research showing there's no association between cardiovascular disease and saturated fat is just research that's flawed by design. There is not a linear relationship between saturated fat consumption and risk of heart disease. It's only until saturated fat becomes 10% of food calories or more where you start to see a link between saturated fat and heart disease. So if you design a prospective cohort where you have a group of people where they're consuming, say, 2 or 3% of calories coming from saturated fat, and then you compare them to another group of people where 10% of calories are coming from saturated fat, you're likely not going to be able to find a difference because, again, it's not until you cross that 10% threshold where you find a link between saturated fat consumption and heart disease risk. So you're just cherry-picking garbage fucking research.
Saturated fat consumption and cardiovascular disease risk. Humans across the globe have treasured and thrived off of saturated fat and animal fats for hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure if you went back a couple 100,000 years ago and you took a look at, you know, proto-humans at the time, I don't think they lived past like 30 all that often. So humans have thrived eating saturated fat for hundreds of thousands of years. Your ancestors for most of history were lucky to live past 30. And you look like you're fucking dying. You literally look like a fucking AIDS patient.
Many populations of free-living humans on the planet currently have very high levels of saturated fats in their diet and vanishing.
That's great. That is not evidence that high levels of saturated fat in the diet is good for you. Like, okay, just because a population of people has a high saturated fat diet and they live long, that doesn't mean saturated fat's okay. It just means in that population, because of a variety of factors, could be genetic factors, could be other environmental factors, the saturated fat they're consuming just happens to not be causing early deaths. What you need to do is look and see if the people eating the least amount of saturated fat do best in these populations, which of course he hasn't done. He's just cherry-picked some like stupid fucking article.
Low rates of cardiovascular disease. Linoleic acid-rich oils like canola or soybean raise levels of oxidized LDL and LP-little-a. Strong.
Yeah, so they don't. That's just a lie. And you'll also notice that he gives
risk factors for heart disease.
No. Funny how he's able to like put up a research paper thing and see, here's the evidence. Funny how he didn't do it when he made this statement. So that's not true. And if you actually look at how saturated fat consumption affects your lipid particles and whether or not they oxidize, consuming saturated fat actually makes your lipid particles particularly prone to oxidation. So that's just not fucking true. Oxidation also is not really related to the pathway of, or the pathophysiology of heart disease. So doesn't really matter either way.
Remove seed oils and replace them with saturated fat containing animal fats like butter, tallow, or...
Yeah, care to show us any randomized trials showing that's reduced cardiac deaths? Oh, no, wait, you can't. Right.
ghee.
Fuck Paul, dude. I hope he fucking dies of a heart attack or some shit soon. He looks like shit. He literally looks like a fucking AIDS patient or a crack addict. He keeps losing muscle and getting like super wrinkly and his eyes keep sinking in. What a fucking jackass. see. S donated $2. React. Let me see.
In a recent video, I reviewed Tristan Tate's and Joey Carbstrong's discussion on veganism, and I'm
not going to bother reacting to this. Nothing Foot Soldier says is worth listening to, and it's a complete waste of time, so don't bother sending me anything Foot Soldier does. Thanks for the donation. Now, this seems like a tricky game to get around. Wait. Is that it?
Could you make the argument that any human development at all isn't vegan? For example, Vancouver is surrounded by dense forests filled with wildlife, deer, bees, elk, moose, mountain goats, etc., all that had to be torn down to build the city.
No. So there's also predatory animals that exist alongside these animals, and if you also consider that, you're probably going to see less like murder within a given, I don't know, square kilometer of city versus a given square kilometer of wilderness. So with that in mind, no, I don't see how it's contributing to a greater amount of rights violations to have like a city built. So, no. Especially considering that there's an issue with predatory animals, you could argue that the more human civilization there is, assuming that human civilization at least isn't, you know, paying for meat and animal products and shit, the less rights violations there will be and the less murder there would be. Thanks for the donation though, QWERTY. I do not know how to play this fucking game. It's kind of neat, sort of like the idea behind it, but what the fuck am I even doing here? Like, I haven't really picked anything up, right? Or I can, like, even do anything? So everything on the left side is locked. That's where we started from.
Jasmine said it's my turn to play games on the computer, get off.
Okay, dude. I'll, get off for you. I'm super fucking tired right now. I think I might actually just go to bed. Yeah, what the fuck is this shit? Good point. Thanks for the donation. 9014. Alright, well, fuck that game. At least for now.
Thanks for the poll response. What was your conclusion on the organic versus GMO debate the other day? I can't remember. Was it organic is arguably worse because of cross-contamination in the manure?
Well, organic relies on animal manures because they can't use nitrogen-enriched fertilizers, so it benefits the animal agriculture industry. I think it is more likely to see things like E. coli contamination in organic farming. And, like, again, organic food just tends to be shittier. They can't use nitrogen-enriched fertilizers, so food doesn't tend to grow quite as well in organic farming. And it's just fucking bullshit. It's just a marketing term. There isn't anything like special or better about organic farming. Thanks for that donation though, man. I'm like too fucking tired to play games right now, I think. I'm just gonna go fucking sleep. I am gonna try to do an earlier stream tomorrow. I ended up streaming later than I had planned because I was hanging out with Isaac for a while. But I'll try to stream around maybe 6, 7 tomorrow. So we'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.